after plays and stuff, but I would bring a deck of cards in case anyone wanted to like play cards with me. But no one wanted to play cards with me, so I'd just end up doing solitaire in the corner at like every single cast party.
I would have played cards with you. No one ever wants to play cards with me.
Guys, do we all want to play? Guys, let's just start playing cards.
Let's play cards.
Let's play cards.
Monster of the Week is out. Cards are in.
Let's get on that sweet tabletop simulator. I want to play. There's a game that I played the summer that I was a summer camp counselor that was called Shed, except it was actually called Shit. But because we were in a camp, oh god, I'm sliding around. Because we were in a camp full of children, we couldn't call it Shit. And it was basically like you had your own cards, and there were cards in the middle, and every single card had its own rule. And so, like, if you played a 2, it was like see-through, and so the next, like, the card below it is the actual card you would play on. Like, there were just like a different rule for every single card. And I think one of the cards you were allowed to make your own rule, which was like super cool, and just like felt really rad. So I don't remember the rules clearly, but one day when I do, you are all playing with me. Are we live?
We are live.
Hi everyone. We're just adjusting because Dustin is out for right now.
Yes.
Let's see here.
Happy Amphibian Week.
Yes.
Happy Amphibian Week.
Happy May the 4th.
Why don't we all share our favorite amphibian? Mars, you first.
I have to choose? You're making me choose.
Top 5.
See, I also don't want to choose because I don't know any amphibians by name.
I didn't want to say it.
Top 5 amphibians. Blue Jeans Dart Frog, because I love his name. Titicaca Water Frog.
Also a good, strong name.
Yes. Also called occasionally referred to as Scrotum Frog, so another really strong name.
Thank you for catching that, CyberGoji. It's just an odd input that showed up. But I should be good now. Let me know. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to interrupt.
African clawed frogs, because I have 2 over there, and I feel like they'd be offended if I didn't say that they're my favorite amphibian. And then axolotl. Maybe not axolotl. Maybe red-spotted salamander. Or mud puppies.
Axolotl's fun.
I have my frog book right here in case I need to reference it.
I like it. I have my amphibian guide somewhere. I'm not gonna make Trevor get it for me though. I'll get it during break. How about that?
Nice.
Dustin, what's your favorite amphibian?
Don't do that.
Well, golly gee.
He does not
Is that your
sound
Dustin
like
impression?
that.
But he's not here to dispute me either. Haha.
Guys, let's do a twist on this and we all play Alex and Cassie.
I don't like that plan. What are you? Thanks, Trevor.
Oh, good.
He brought me my reptile and amphibian guide.
Very nice.
I actually saw my first alligator lizard of the season today in my yard.
He was very good.
He was very good. He would only move when I wasn't looking at him. So I would like turn around and hear some skittering and then turn back and he'd be like freeze frame. Like at some point he was just flopped on his belly and both of his arms were like up behind his back, which didn't look comfortable at all. But I think he was, you know, obviously scared of me being a predator, ? I wasn't gonna eat him. I just wanted to like take pictures and maybe hold him, but it's very hot in California, so heat plus reptile equals fast. So he sped away. Now that we're organized, I should probably actually introduce us. So let me do that. So, welcome to Turntables RPG. We are an top RPG stream where the continuous narrative of our story is passed along from GM to GM, allowing all of us to take turns role-playing as characters in the cast and also flexing our GM skills. We are currently playing monster of the week, for which the GM is called a keeper, which is probably one of my favorite delineations of a game master out there. I think that's the intro. A couple of things to note. Are you putting his little guy in the thing?
I am.
I'm just gonna keep talking. Please follow us on social media if you don't already. We have Twitter, we have Instagram, we have YouTube, where all of our VODs get posted, except for the ones that are extremely cursed. One of those being The Witch is Dead. So if you want to watch that, you have to watch it on Twitch before it's gone potentially forever. Undetermined. And obviously, we are here on Twitch. We have a Patreon as well. And we also have a Discord. So if you would like, you can join our community Discord where we post memes, out of context quotes, and sometimes Eric posts videos of his really good cat, Peanut. So you don't want to miss out on seeing Peanut. He is a very good boy, and one day I will get to pet him, and it will be one of the best days of my life.
Did we
Couple of other...
Sorry, did we mention that the Discord link is also in the stream description below with all the rest of the social media?
We did not, but it is there.
Yes, it is there. Continue.
If you scroll down,
You are doing
you can
great.
see it there. Oh, hello.
I also put it in chat just in case.
Elsa, thank you for liking my top. It is new. I have bought it recently. Trying to become more fashionable because most of my clothes are from high school. And that was a long time ago. They're old now.
It's a mood.
I almost wore my Godzilla shirt.
Oh, I
Almost.
should have done that for sure.
That's a shame.
I feel like it wouldn't have been the right vibe for tonight, you know?
The vibe is, at this point, we're all over the place.
It's very true.
I'm in one place. I am in one place, okay?
Well, you're doing
And that one
you're doing
place-
very good.
That one place is letting you know that our beautiful art in our little
Dang.
portraits here, as well as the big portraits in the intro video, were made by Patrick Costa, who is at _PC Inc.
PC
on
Inc. _
PC Inc. _ Damn, Chris, you cursed me. At
I'm
PC Inc. _ on both Twitter and Instagram. I think that he might be taking commissions at the moment. In any case, you should give him a follow. His art is super rad. I can tell he's really been branching out lately, and it brings me great joy to see new stuff on his post. I think that's the huge. Do we have any other announcement?
So with the month of May, happy May, we are going to be doing some. We're going to be releasing some of the more milestones. So bear that in mind. We just finished up the phone background, so be prepared for those to be releasing very soon, and we're very excited to share those with you. And I think we can safely say that the PowerPoint party, which a lot of people were excited for, will be happening Wednesday, May 19th, and more will come after that, including tiny tables and the improv night as we push forward. But we're really excited to share that all with you. And I think, yeah, Masha, you did a great job. You pretty much covered everything that I usually say. Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Now we know who
really
can.
do.
Now we know who can replace me.
Yes.
I don't know
You've
about
done
that.
much better than I have, but
Elmo
I will like
inflames
to
me.
say, I do really enjoy
Me all the
Animal
time.
Crossing Chuck just peeping over into
Yes.
the screen.
With his.
I think he's blinking in that image. I have to make it big. Hold on. He is blinking, unfortunately,
Yes,
in that image.
it's the
He is
like.
does.
It was the one shot that we got of all of us just like standing still together, and everyone was good except for Alex. It just happened to blink at that time.
And yeah, if anybody has filtered in and is kind of unaware, Dustin is currently not available, but if and when he joins, you will get to see him. I know you Dustin stands out there crying. Fear not. He's still out there somewhere. Yes.
But yeah.
What else do I have? I am eating chicken tortilla soup. It's
Okay.
very good. Yeah, I think I'll just kind of jump into my intro here. Let me pull out my handy dandy notebook. If only I could use my hand accurately.
Blue's good.
It is my book of Shadows, the Arcane Book of Shadows. By the way.
Book of Shadows.
Very good. Okay. So, our scene opens on a familiar sight. It is Gene, the limousine driver, the man that we know and love, sitting in the driver's seat of his hot pink Hummer limo. His cell phone rings. He flips it open and puts it to his ear. He nods. He says a couple of things. Takes notes on a scrap of paper that he has. Yes. Small town. Yellow Birch. I know where that is. Yellow Birch. You need to be there within a week, okay? Animal control? Okay. I can do it. It'll be tight, but I can do it. Thank you. Click. Flips the phone open again, takes a deep breath, sends a text. Welcome to Monster of the Week. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
And that's when I told them, please, sir, get your hands off my tortellini.
And then what
I
did
never
he do?
spoke to them again.
A moving story.
I wish
You'll have to
everyone
give
could
me
have
more
heard
for a
it.
second.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you missed a great story, but you know,
I
Chris
don't have
tells it
my-
again, and it'll lose its power.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
I don't have
Yeah.
my heart isn't strong enough to go through it again.
Over the course of the last, what has it been, like 6 months, Chris has really perfected the art of telling these really good stories for exactly 2 seconds longer than our intro. He does it because he wants to share it with us, but also wants our audience to feel really left out.
Yes.
You know, he's kind of sadistic in that way.
We're talking like
Is it?
like Oscar-worthy stories, really, and it's
Honestly-
incredible. You can crop them to a minute and 2 seconds.
Truly. I'm not good. Anytime you see me like not being able to really like get into like an emotional place for when I'm role playing Chuck Duvall, it's because I've wasted all my emotional energy and talent on these very deep and engaging stories that just eat at my soul.
You just expend all the energy that you have in that 1 minute.
All
By
my
the time you
creative and
recover,
acting
it's time for our
powers.
next stream. Anyways, on that note, why don't we kick it off? Yeah. I don't know if I like this music that I've picked. It's okay. We're
Just
not
jump
gonna
into the
stress
next
about
one.
it.
It's intense.
No, I can't jump into the next one. The next one's all spooky music. It's gonna give everyone a high blood pressure too
I see.
early. The high blood pressure's for later.
And so this isn't going to end and immediately go into that next one?
It'll go to the next song, not the next playlist.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, you have multiple playlists.
I do. Look at me, big money out here making more than one playlist for songs. And it's not just Adrian von Ziegler this time, because there were way too many bagpipes in that for
Sure.
this mystery.
I mean,
Okay.
I could use some bagpipes right now.
Well, you should have told me ahead of time. I don't have any more energy for picking the music. So, this is like two.
Where
And that was the summer.
that was the summer. Welcome to One Tree Hill.
And that was the summer when the turns really did table.
Okay. It's been, even though I DM'd last week, I think my brain is still just like, how take control? How
No
do the
sweat.
thing? Okay.
If anything.
So,
or no, go ahead, Martian. Go ahead.
I was just gonna jump into it, but if
by
anyone
all
has any final words before we dive in, final words, anybody?
Word.
What would you like on your obituaries, friends? Not asking for any particular reason. I'm kidding.
As our
totally
characters or ourselves?
not. To be determined.
Oh,
So,
okay.
the 5 of you, ultimately, are informed not long after the scene you left off at that New Jersey beach by Gene, your favorite party limo driver, that he got a call from Lyft notifying him of a strange disturbance in the small town of Yellow Birch. He doesn't even quite know where the town is, but he knows that it's on the drive on the way back to Memphis, where a lot of you know that you have to return to. You are told that in the town you are going to pose as animal control, that bodies over the past months have turned up mangled. There's no body now, but they have reason to suspect that there will be another one soon. So the deadline is short. Gene instructs you all to get into the limo, says that it's going to be a long drive. He puts on sweet old school East Coast rap, and you get on your way. The drive is long, some traffic on the main highways, but at some point you make your way onto some dirt roads. Now, this is difficult for a limousine, but Gene got a lot of money. He was able to trick out his vehicle a little bit. It's got good enough shocks that you are able to get into town, missing most of the potholes and drinking however much champagne that you would like on the way. Along the drive, Apophis Anne turns to you and says, I'm gonna go for a little bit. There's someone that I need to talk to. And she's gonna turn to the rest of everybody and she's going to say, things were really tense back there and I don't ever want that to happen again. I have to make things right. And she puts down a little flash drive. You see her angel wings away. There's no role for this. Teddy, you are able to plug in the flash drive into, I presume, your arm, and a little screen that pops up. And on it, you see just a league of photographs. Photographs of places that the lot of you have been, photographs of all of you together, the photographs that Apophis took that were selfies on the train when everybody was at that museum, and of course the very important photographs of Bertolac de Haut Dessert swinging wildly at some dinosaurs.
Can I scan for viruses?
Sure.
Thank you.
And just putting malware on Teddy.
Teddy, your arm falls off. The good one. No.
What are you doing?
There are no viruses. You kind of believe that this is just kind of just like a slideshow of images.
Mhm.
You got the idea from Anne that she didn't quite know when she would be back. She had all of these photos on her now very dead cell phone, and just wanted to make sure that they were in safe hands.
For sure.
So, hours and hours and hours of driving lead you all to pull up into the small town of Yellow Birch at about 2 a.m. Jean pulls up, lets you all out, and you are greeted by a somewhat stout, short, brunette, curly-haired woman who greets you all immediately. Hi, darlings. It's mighty late. I thought you'd get here sooner. Listen, I'll tell you all the details of what's been going on, but it is 4 hours past my bedtime. Do you mind if we just chat in the morning? I've posted up accommodations for you in that there hunting lodge. It's got nice beds. There's always hot coffee. And it looks like, and she leans into the limo, 2 of your friends have already managed to sleep through the whole ride.
We look at Alex and Cassie.
Yeah.
And I think Teddy will just say, well, that's mighty kind of you, ma'am. We'll definitely take those rooms, and we'll make sure that our compatriots get inside. But you go on and get some sleep, and we'll talk in the morning. He looks at Chuck and Apophis, and he's like, "Is that okay?"
That sounds good to me. I can carry one of them.
I cannot carry either of them.
We'll both carry the other.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, you are able to get into the hunting lodge, no problem. And for the sake of time, I can, describe it a little bit later. I like to imagine this as being kind of the funk that you have when you do actually show up to a hotel super late. It's very dimly lit, a very sleepy man working the counter who just kind of looks you up and down and wordlessly gives you the keys to a few of your rooms. Jean holds back a little bit, and he says, God, what was Jean's voice?
Well.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Well, as much as I love small towns like this one, he doesn't have a southern accent, does he? It's happening anyway.
It's an old man accent, which can sometimes tip into southern. So either is fair.
Well, now listen. As much as I'd love to stay in this small town, the gas here is mighty expensive. And I saw that the big town that we passed about an hour or two back had my favorite champagne, and I know how much you guys love that, so you guys know my number. I'll be back in the morning after I've slept in a cozier bed. And he makes sure that all of you get all of your gear, and you watch his limo jingle jangle away as it does on, again, the very raggedy road.
As he leaves, Teddy looks at Apophis and Chuck. I'm assuming that Chuck and Alex, or Chuck and Teddy probably took Alex, and maybe Apophis has Cassie. But he just looks at the 2 of them and he says, "Did Jean just call us alcoholics?
I don't know.
Are we alcoholics?
I'm not. Are you?
I don't think I am.
I have a higher
Chuck,
alcohol.
Sorry.
Oh, Apophis just says I have a higher alcohol tolerance due to large form, so I think I may partially be responsible.
You just okay. Chuck leans into Alex, who's seems to be stirring in his slumber. It's just smells his breath and is like, yeah, this guy seems to be drinking a bit. I don't think he can drink, so that's a little concerning.
What's he been drinking? So, if you are all ready, you can go ahead and go to sleep. And I think Dustin is ready to go. So perfect timing.
Can
Can he pop in?
Yeah,
Saul, I know that you are in charge of the overlay.
Yeah, I'm gonna need. I'll need the. What was I saying? I'll need. Yeah, just a little bit of patience from everyone as we readjust. But if someone can message in the general and let Dustin know that he can come in, that would be awesome.
Okay. Dustin. I thought he would join. Here,
He didn't answer the call.
Dustin!
Oh,
I did it.
Dustin needs to turn on his camera. There we go.
Give the man a moment.
I'm the keeper now. I've got the red folder.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
I'm sabotaging your mystery. We're all gonna go. We're just gonna have a nice time in a hotel, and nothing else is happening.
The end. Thanks for coming, everybody.
All right. And that should fix it.
And there we are. As everything should be.
Lovely.
Cool.
Dustin, is your mic live?
Hear me?
It's a little rough. I don't know if you can pull it closer to you.
It can't get too much closer.
Yeah, it's just it's still a bit muffled. Way better.
I'm almost eating it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Do it.
Eat it.
Eat the mic.
Consume the microphone.
Let's see here.
So, Dustin stands. You have been appeased. We got
Yes.
him. After lots of requests, we did get him back. After $1 million
They
plan,
had to up my contract.
Yeah, he was invited onto Critical Role, and it was a really hard battle to get him to stay.
Oh man.
But we got him, guys.
Tell us how we did it, Chris. How did we do that? What did we offer Chris? What did we offer Dustin that Critical Role could not?
Smiles and overall the affection that only the four of us can provide, which is internet hugs.
Nice.
I'm not on Critical Role, so.
Yeah.
I'm excited for these
Okay.
hugs.
I mean, who would you rather have, Masha or Matthew Mercer? I would take.
That's
Masha.
a good point. I would prefer Masha.
Mhm.
So,
I zone out for 2 seconds and you guys are threatening to replace me.
No, the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
fair.
Do we?
I'm sorry, I can't be him. Kidding. As much as I love Matt Mercer,
Yeah,
could never get my hair to look that good.
it's very true. It's.
I wish I could.
What
pull
what
off
conditioner
some
does that
tests
man
well.
use?
I don't know.
As soon as that information becomes public, it's over for everybody.
Mhm.
It's over for you, Squares. My hair will be beautiful.
No, it's over for him. As soon as he. That's why.
It's
That's
over
why you
for
don't
him.
know.
Yeah.
Once everybody's
He
hair
knows.
is flawless, it's like no one's hair
Yeah.
is flawless.
I'll become the ultimate DM once I obtain Matthew Mercer's hair. It's
Yeah.
like Rapunzel's situation, kind of.
You have to wear like the vest
Have you-
too, you know?
Uh-huh. I'll eat.
feel like a Matthew
so it's
Mercer
like My
cosplay would
Hero
be very
Academia,
easy.
where I will eat Matthew Mercer's hair, and I will obtain his power, and it will pass on to me, and I shall become the new DM.
But you have to eat his hair.
Yes, yes, I have to eat his hair or consume. I think the rules in the show is you have to consume any part of their
What's
body.
that?
Which
There's a
could be-
notification from Twitch. Looks like Critical Role has blocked us. That's cool. Awesome.
Oh, good.
Good to know. Good to know. Yeah.
I didn't know that they could do that.
If they
Matthew himself
at
is
least we knew they
subtweeting about
saw
us
it.
as we speak.
Matthew
Just like, who are
Mercer, if
these
you're
nerds?
seeing this,
I love
block
you.
me. But before you block me, at least tell me if you appreciate my old bitch bit. That would be great.
Matthew Mercer, if you're seeing this, please give your dog Omar a kiss for me. He's very
Matthew-
cute.
Yeah, Omar's the
Matthew
best.
Mercer, if you see this, please help us get the ultimate power, the ultimate move of light and power up to our top Twitch clip, so it can surpass Pragmatist.
Nothing
my-
that
Matthew
ever
Mercer, if
surpassed
you're watching
Pragmatist.
this, one, thank you for everything that you do, and two, please bump the Pragmatist clip so that we can keep it at number 1 for Turntables RPG because it's just top notch. Also, just listen to it because like it is top notch voice actor material there. So you might want to hit up Chris for some
please,
bits,
Matthew
for some
Mercer,
lines.
please put me in your new anime, please, sir.
So anyway,
Matthew Mercer, if you're watching this, why? just
go now.
Matthew
Go now
Mercer,
while
do
you
you
have
thi-
the chance.
Do you think Chuck would be a good Critical Role character? Do you think he would get along with? I don't know any Critical Role characters by
Mars,
name.
do you have a
Besides,
message
like,
for Matthew
happy
Mercer?
Happy Star Wars Day.
Yes, happy Star Wars.
Yes,
Day.
happy
Star
Star
Wars
Wars
Day.
Day.
Matthew Mercer. I'm sorry that I haven't listened to Critical Role yet. I promise I'll do it at some point. Good job
Like,
at your
like he's
hair,
holding a
apparently.
pipe, and he's gonna break our kneecaps if we don't catch up to Critical Role.
Okay.
My
As much
kneecaps
as
are
I
fine.
love this bit, I'd love
Yes.
to reel it in, please.
I do love the bit.
Yes, agreed.
We can continue the bit at a later time. Matt Mercer, if you're watching this, we're done. Thank you for sticking around this long. Yes, so yeah, you all go to sleep in this hunting lodge in the small town of Yellow Birch. You didn't see much on the way in. It was kind of a sleepy thing. But the night goes without pomp or circumstance. It's a new one, Masha. The night goes without any issues, and when you wake up with the smell of eggs, bacon, and toast, we're not doing breakfast, okay? We're not doing it. We're not doing the breakfast bit.
So Chuck is.
When you,
preparing French
I will not
toast.
have it. I am in the keeper chair today. I am going to crack the whip. The breakfast that you see is the breakfast that you get. There is one man who owns this hunting lodge. He has made you guys a meal of eggs, bacon, hash browns, toast, waffles,
Okay, good.
and
I was
there's
gonna
fresh
ask those
fruit.
waffles.
What kind of
level
eggs?
And what
I don't.
pattern is on
All
the
of them.
waffles?
There is one of every kind of egg.
Is it
But only
are we
one.
talking a grid or hexagonal pattern on the waffles?
Grid.
Okay, classic. A classic waffle.
Yes, but you awake, you are able to sit down to have a little bit of breakfast, and as you do so, the mayor walks in, and leans forward with her hand, just kind of at all 5 of you, waiting to see who will shake it.
Apophis will shake it.
Excellent.
I assume Apophis is in their human form.
Yes.
Okay.
Apophis.
Yes, we've established that even in their human form, they're still the size of their Apophis form, right?
Yes, the human form is
Okay.
legitimately just an illusion. So in physical space, Apophis still takes up the space of a near 9 foot tall, 400-pound snake.
I imagine like
god.
the hands are in the same place, so like it looks like they're.
Yeah.
holding or touching
It's like
with
it's
each
like
other.
it's like figured because like the illusion is set to be a tall, big person anyway, right? So it's like it's somewhat adjusted so that it's adjusted.
Yeah.
It works for narrative
Like they
purposes.
can't go
it
through
works.
doorways that are not, that are taller than Apophis, but they can.
Technically,
like,
they can like duck through.
they could. Duck.
No, Apophis has no knees. I'm
there
sorry.
a
They've been
depth?
straight leg walking this whole time. The mayor takes your hand and says, "It's mighty fine to meet you. My name is Luis. I am the mayor here. I know that we met last night, but we didn't really get a chance to speak."
Oh,
Now,
Louise.
Louise.
Okay, I thought you said Luis, and I was like, oh wow.
Luigi. Pleasure to meet you, Luigi.
No. So Louise the mayor.
Louise the mayor. She shakes your hand, Apophis, and wow, that's a mighty strong, bumpy grip you got there, sir. I've been told by my superiors.
Oh, Mario.
I've been told by the statewide animal control that you're here to handle the somewhat regular animal maulings that we've been having around here.
Hello, yes, that is us. We are the exterminators.
I'm a herpetology expert. And I
I
think he
don't know
turns to
what-
Teddy and winks.
I don't know what Is that? I'm sorry. Should I not have shook your hand? As I don't want
Oh
herpes.
my god.
It, oh,
That-
yeah, no, there's a lot of that going around.
It is like lizards and things and snakes.
But also they have herpes.
Well,
They do not.
we do have snapping turtles around here. I guess you get a group of them. Maybe they could have done this. I don't know. I'm not no scientist, herpesologist. Listen. I was just instructed to meet y'all. Again, I'm the mayor of this mighty small town, and I was told that one of you. Let's see. I was told that there was Theodore. Was one of the old men. Oh, did I say that? I'm so sorry. Which one of you with the hat is Theodore?
It is I, Theodore.
No,
All right, that means that the
he's
other
not.
one-
No, he's not. I'm Theodore Ulysses Franklin. I don't have an ID, but you can call me Teddy. That's Chuck.
All right, Teddy, Chuck. We have an Alexander.
That would be me.
All right, and a Cassandra.
Hello.
You can call him Xander.
No,
All right,
you,
Xander,
no, you cannot do that.
Oh, but Xander's such a nice name. I named my son Xander.
I would show you my
What?
ID. I have many.
That is very nice, but okay, maybe don't say that out loud. Alex is fine. Thank you. Oh,
And
come on,
then
Xander.
and then you must be Apophis. I was told there'd be one more Anne. I take it she couldn't make it, or
Oh.
unless she's still sleeping.
No, that's correct. She won't be joining us for this job.
Had
No.
a business meeting with the Animal Hunting Committee.
Oh, all right. I mean, I was hoping to have a little bit of like female empowerment, but I guess it's just you lot and your bumpy-handed friend.
There's
Wow,
one-
wow,
I mean,
thanks a
there's one
lot.
Female.
Oh,
I should do appreciate that.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I
take
forgot.
that,
I
Keeper.
legitimately
Take
forgot about
that, Keeper.
Cassie. That's my bad.
Oh,
I
Take
see
that,
how it is.
I
Keeper.
am so sorry, Cassie, that she would treat
Um,
me like this.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Listen, you know what they say? You're not you till you had your morning coffee. She pulls a flask out of her pocket and takes a big swig of it.
Okay.
You get the
There's a lot
feeling
of
it is
alcoholism
not
going around
coffee.
today.
This woman is a mess. This woman's a mess.
Aren't we all? Tuesdays, am I right?
Tuesdays, am I right? Yeah, so she sits with you and makes small talk. I'm not gonna speak on the graphic nature of what's been happening here while y'all are eating your hash browns and bacon, but listen, I can have you chat with the sheriff. He's got photographs of all of what had happened here, and I was told by the agency that I went through that what was happening might happen tonight, so I'm kind of on high alert here. If you guys can take care of whatever this creature is before the night is done, especially if it seems like it's gonna attack tonight, that would be great.
Did you say we're back in Memphis?
No, she said that.
No,
on the
you
way
are
to
at a
Memphis,
small town
Okay.
named Yellow Birch on the way to Memphis.
but we don't know what
um,
state.
But we're
We don't know what state behind the curtain. Yellow Birch is not a real place. In game, it is.
You don't have to. We could. Do
I don't know. I don't know what
retroactively.
state it's in. You gotta give me. I'll figure it out.
Yeah,
when
we'll
you
come up
guys-
with for next week. We'll tell you what state it is.
Yeah,
Just say it's in Kentucky. Trust me. You've
it's in
nailed it.
Kentucky.
You've nailed it already. Like,
Excellent.
I'm pretty sure I've met this woman in life, like in for real.
Excellent.
So
I'm the reincarnation of this woman that you met.
So
Yeah. So, is there anything that any of you would like to ask of this woman now, or do you want to just fast forward to
I think
meeting with the sheriff?
Teddy would want to ask some questions of her if possible.
Sure.
Ma'am, first of all, we're all terribly sorry to hear about these gruesome attacks that have been happening. Out of curiosity, when was the last one? Like, time-wise, how many days ago?
About 29, maybe 30 days ago.
29, 30 days. So, I kind of looks at the rest of the group and it just kind of says, possibly linked to the lunar cycle.
The what?
Just, you know, professional animal control lingo. That's all.
Oh, all right. I don't understand any of that.
Is there any part of the city that or the town that you want us to maybe try and steer clear of, or that we may need permission from a government official to go into, something along those lines?
Well, I mean, you're not going to be allowed into just any building. If you want to talk to the sheriff about getting yourself a couple of skeleton keys, you can talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
But
Spooky.
well,
The
it
ski
is a small
actually-
town, and a lot of times buildings are left unlocked, but that doesn't mean that you should just go trampsing into whatever location you're into.
Absolutely.
We try to respect each other in this town, again.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's, everybody more or less knows each other. If you sniff in the wrong place, they're gonna know who did it.
Absolutely.
In fact, don't take it personal if people look at you kind of funny as you're walking around. They don't. Try not to make this town like too like. But they might look at you a little funny because they're used to seeing the same faces every day. Again, I don't have many of the details of the spooky stuff that's been happening around here, but maybe talk to the sheriff. It seems like none of the dangerous stuff really happens right around here where all the people are.
Absolutely. Last two questions, if possible.
Oh, sure thing, sweetheart.
So the attacks only happened 29, 30 days ago, like around that time. Have they been happening for months now, or just this past month?
The first time it happened, four or 5 months ago, maybe.
4 or 5 months ago.
But I think it skipped a month or two, and then it happened again.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Chuck. Just one last one, and then I'll pass it over to my partner.
Are you two married?
I meant co-worker, partner.
Like business.
Oh, I
partner.
see.
Right.
I'm so sorry. I'm
No, it's
trying
all-
to. I'm trying to get with the times.
Yikes.
I'm still learning.
It's
I
okay.
appreciate the effort.
Yes, absolutely. Within that time, those 5 months where these attacks have been kind of happening within, you said it's a close-knit community. Has anyone new come into town or come back from a trip or anything of that nature? They may have possibly brought something, brought an animal or brought food that brought in an animal from the outside. We just want to make sure to see if there's anybody who maybe isn't local or has just come back from a trip or something along those lines, so that we can ask them and try and get some more information.
I mean, we do get people coming in around here every so often, but I haven't heard of anybody coming in stirring up trouble or trying to keep any secrets or anything.
Sure. No, absolutely. Those are all my questions. Chuck, go ahead.
You said that it stopped for 1 or 2 months. What months were those?
I think the month before last and the one before that.
Okay. Oh, okay. Very interesting. That's all I needed to know.
Have these attacks been centralized around a certain location? Potentially some sort of nest or den?
Be a better question for the sheriff. Again, he's the one that ends up on the scene when it happens.
Absolutely.
And I apologize if this was already answered, but when was the last attack? The most recent one?
29 to 30 days ago.
Yeah, about a month, nearly exactly a month.
And this may be a question for the sheriff, but are there any medical records or the medical examiner's report or anything like that of the attacks and how they look?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have those myself. Again, I'm just the welcoming party. But you can definitely get those from the sheriff.
Absolutely. Well, we thank you for your time, Mayor. You said Louise was your name. Do you have a last name, ma'am?
I certainly do. It's Smith.
Well, thank you, Mayor.
Louise Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. We really appreciate you touching base with us and giving us the information that you could. I guess we'll go ahead and go see the sheriff. And he kind of like looks at the rest of the group again to confirm that that's what we want to do.
Office
Good to me.
nods.
I've got some running theories.
Sure. Well, we won't take up any more of your time, ma'am. And Teddy kind of like stands up, and his hand half-heartedly goes up to where his hat used to be, and then just kind of like drops it in kind of like a odd wave.
Do you want us to buy you a new hat? We could just.
My hats are special, Chuck. I've got another set.
We can find a tailor.
Not here though.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure there's a haberdashery somewhere.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. He like looks behind him at this very high-to-do New England woman that's like in the back of the.
It's me, the ghost of a hat maker.
Oh no, it's the hat.
Mystery solved.
Oh no, you've killed me by looking at me. Ah!
Ah!
And that was our session,
It's like a
friends.
boo from Mario Bros.
Mm.
We did it.
Chuck finds like a baseball cap that's like what's the town called? Yellow Brick?
Yellow Birch.
Yellow Birch. A Yellow Birch like baseball cap, and it's like, here you go, I got you a hat to Teddy.
Did you pay for this?
Possibly.
Is there like a gift shop in this hunting lodge, and that's where he found it, or do you like
I don't know.
take it off of the?
If there's a gift shop there, this is
Off of the hat rack that just like somebody has put it on there.
Yeah, they just put it on like. Teddy will take the hat and then put it back on the rack before they leave.
dang.
All right, fair enough.
You never like anything I give you. You always return it.
Well, maybe that's just because you don't know what to give me, Chuck.
Wow, that hurts.
Mom, Dad, stop fighting.
You didn't say this when we were like half a second away from like launching at each other last session because one of us had that card and the other one wanted it.
I wasn't in charge.
That's true.
I was.
Um,
And I like conflict.
yeah, I think Teddy goes ahead and leaves the hunting lodge. We didn't ask where the sheriff's station was, but I'm assuming it wouldn't be too hard to find if this town is as small as they say it is.
Yeah, I think once you step outside of the hunting lodge in the light of day, you can get a better feel for what this area is like. There are, a few rows of what seem to be shops. I guess that's kind of an all-encompassing term, but like a couple of offices. The road is kind of paved in a couple places, not quite so much in other places. And then you can see not too far off in the distance just rows of like one-story homes with yards and things like that. There is a park. Yeah, just kind of the usual stuff that's in a town. And when you look across the street, you can actually see in one of the windows of the places there that there is that like sheriff's star against the glass.
Bingo. Teddy kind of looks back at the group and he says, "Did we didn't have. I'm not sure if the mayor said at all if the sheriff's been briefed on the situation, but should we have like I don't know, like an animal control name or something in case the sheriff asks?
We're
Or should we just say we're from animal control?"
Well, we'll start with that, and then I'll come up with something on the spot if he asks.
Okay, that's a
Don't
plan.
worry. I already have a name.
And he looks at Alex and Apophis, and he's like,
We will say something at the same time, and it'll be the same name.
right, okay. And then Teddy just kind of, he misses Anne, and he's going to turn around and walk towards the sheriff's door and just knock.
One moment.
It's okay.
Yeah. As you are knocking, the door flips open, and you see a tall man wearing a kind of sun-washed, like sheriff's, like brown shirt, just regular slacks. He has a cool hat on.
Damn.
And he looks at you and he says, "State your business."
Hello there, sir. We're from. We were sent by the mayor. We're animal control. We're here to talk about the Mullins that have been happening around here.
Ugh. Listen, I don't know. Around these parts, sometimes an animal gets you. It's the circle of life. I don't understand why the mayor. You know what? Fine. I'm sorry. My wife has told me to work on my anger. Listen, sir. It's nice to meet you. Oh, that was hard.
You are valid. That's what I like to say.
Come on in. I'll give you the details. Maybe you can find something that I wasn't able to. Ugh. And he huffs and he swings the door open, and you are all allowed to step inside. This entrance room has a single desk and one big chair and then a couple of benches. There is a computer, and just a couple of like printed images on the wall, a couple of certificates. You see the name on the placard that says, excuse me, Sheriff Ocean McPhee. I don't know what that mayor's got going on in her head. She seems to think that, well, she doesn't seem to think so. It was actually animal control that reached out to her. I thought that was mighty strange. But they're
we're
saying
working
that...
with a new business model. We're being very forward-thinking.
Proactive.
Yeah. Catch
I
the
don't know
animals
what
before
difference it makes
becomes
when
a
you've got
problem.
3 animal maulings in 6 months, how that's a problem. We don't really have rabies around here or anything like that, but if you want to stick your nose in it, I don't know why the agency had to send 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to do one man's job.
Well, if it was one man's job, it would have been done already.
I'm the intern.
She's the intern.
I am the
It's-
expert on reptiles and snakes.
There,
I
they
have
have herpes.
Much personal experience, and I think
And
Apophis
herpes.
looks over to like whoever is right beside them. Apophis is getting the hang of making jokes.
It's beautiful and I love it.
You've hit the like my comedy like bullseye with the like completely like open just like winks from Apophis. It's like exactly what I came here for. Thank you.
We need levity, you know.
Yes, agreed.
I'm so glad that Apophis can bring us this joy.
And I'm the leader.
Yeah, you know, he is the leader. So if there anything goes wrong, it's on him.
I don't give a shit. Listen,
And
I'm not
that's
really
my
keen-
sidekick. He holds my things.
Teddy shows that he's not holding anything in his hands.
I don't have many things.
Do you guys do this bit everywhere you go?
A
This is
variation.
very
of our-
bizarre.
It's always a variation of it, but yes.
They really
It doesn't
do.
seem
Required.
very professional.
It's in our contract.
They really are not. Listen, at this point, I understand the frustration. The best thing to do is just let us take a look, see what's going on. If it truly is nothing, we will tell the mayor that it is in fact nothing, and that she has nothing more to worry about. So that way, we get out of your hair, and the mayor gets out of your hair.
I like you. What did you say your name was?
I
Xander.
didn't.
Xander.
But- My name is Dr. Alexander Rose. Alex, if you please.
Xander for short.
Oh, you're a doctor? Hold on a second. And he starts rolling up his sleeve, and you can see the edge of some kind of big scratch on his arm. Do you mind telling me what's going on with this thing?
What happened there?
Lawnmower.
If I had a
Had a
dollar,
fight with the lawn.
if I had a dollar for every fight someone had with a lawnmower,
Too many. Honestly, the lawnmower problem in America, it's too much.
So you can't. All right. Well, I can. All right. I liked you for a moment there, but I see that you're just gonna stonewall me here. Okay. Let me go to the back and pull these files out for you. They got pictures. They're pretty gruesome, but do with it what you will. And he takes a step into a back room. The brief moment that you can see it open, you can tell it is full of boxes and boxes, which are full of those like little manila envelope folder things. Manila folder and envelopes are two different things. Let's say that they're envelopes.
Teddy will look at Chuck and then collect the envelopes and then
Thank you.
hand them to everyone but Chuck.
I'm going to report you for this.
You said 3 envelopes, right?
I didn't specify a number.
Oh, it was just because he said 3 attacks in the past 6 months that I figured it would be like 1 for each, but
Yeah. He gives you 3 envelopes. Each one has just a bunch of like lettering and numbering on it, you presume for their filing system, whatever they might have the back there. Knock yourselves out. I'm gonna be in the break room. If I find out that you take any part of these files out of this office, maybe you'll have a fight with a lawnmower. I'm sorry, that was impolite. Maybe I will punish you somehow. I don't know. Just don't take the folders out of here. And he is going to walk through a different door. Briefly, you can see that it is just a break room with like a comfy couch and a table and soda, chips, jukebox.
pretty sure he just threatened to stab us all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway, yeah,
it's a Tuesday.
Teddy hands the envelopes to Alex and Apophis, and he keeps one for himself.
Okay.
And
Okay.
we open it up.
Cool. Yeah, in each of 3 envelopes, you can have this information for free. There is a police report. Some of the information is redacted, including the names of the people who have been killed. You presume because of how grisly of a sight it was, they didn't really want this information to go public for the security of the families. However, they also include pictures of people who are only barely recognizable as people. Blood, guts, all of that good stuff, absolutely everywhere. And you can also tell that each picture has been taken in the woods, kind of seemingly more. Excuse me, I am apparently very very gassy today. Super good
It's the
for
horchata.
DMing. I've had this much of it. This much.
You'd be surprised how it
It's not.
what it does.
It's not very good. I don't really want to drink it. Although the bottle shape is very fun.
Yeah.
Please enjoy.
That is a nice bottle shape.
Please
I agree.
enjoy. Oh, please enjoy the shape of this bottle.
The shape of bottle coming to you next summer.
Like the shape of water. Okay.
So they're in a forested area, the pictures.
Yes, they seem to be in a forested area. What would you all like to do?
So when you say that they're redacted, does it look like someone just went over them with like a black marker?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like home job Sharpie.
Can Teddy can Teddy roll for investigate a mystery and use his hand to essentially do like a UV light to see what the names are underneath the redacted spots, or like the information?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll for it, and we'll see what information you can gather.
Okay. What a strong start.
Uh-oh.
It's investigate mystery sharp, I believe.
Correct.
Yes, it is plus sharp.
And I am using my hand, so I do get a +1 ongoing to investigate a mystery when I use my hand for it. So with that plus my sharp should be an 8.
Okay. So you get to hold one. Which of these questions would you like to ask? I will go ahead and read them out loud since this is the first roll of the game. What happened here? What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do? And what is being concealed here?
What is being concealed here, please?
Wow. I
What a
forgot
get.
that was one of the options until I said it out loud. Yeah, what does this look like when you use your hand to kind of illuminate the text?
Yeah, no, Teddy kind of just like he raises up his left hand, and the palm just kind of like two panels kind of like hiss out and then like separate, and there's like a little light that just kind of like shoots out like a very small flashlight in UV colors, and he just kind of like runs it over the pages in order to see what hopefully the names will like pop up in like a cool UV light, because why not, even though that's not how it works. And he can see hopefully the names of the victims, any information about them that might have been redacted, any information about the locations or the cases in general that would have been redacted, because we kind of need to know all that information. The public doesn't need to know, but we kind of do.
I do want to clarify that you did give 2 of the folders to other people.
Yes, so I'm just
would
reading
you
the one
have
from
taken
mine.
them back? Okay, so just the one. Got it.
Yes, because I the other ones, like if they see me doing it, maybe they'll ask, but like otherwise this is just for the one that I got.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure before I gave you a bunch of free info. Yeah, you are able to...
Tell me if the sheriff is lying to me, Keeper, please.
Don't you guys miss Anne? She's busy. She's occupied. She lied to you. She doesn't have things. She's on a date. I'm kidding. She's like, screw you guys. Just want to smooch someone. I'm kidding. So, you are able to see that the name that is being blocked out is that of Marie Burgess. That she was 17 at the time of her death, and that she was out in the woods at the time that she was mauled by some kind of animal, but that she was alone and nobody said anything at all about it. Also redacted was her address in town, if you would like to go and visit her, or something to that effect. And I think
Or
that
visit
is
her
about
family.
it.
Yeah, we wouldn't be visiting her.
Yeah, visiting her family.
Well, it's very true.
And so it wasn't like a specific spot in the woods, like Hopper's Rock or something. Like sometimes like small towns have like colloquial names for places in the woods.
Oh, got it. It's just like, I don't know. This is a place I made up. What is that a place I'm supposed to know about? Yeah, you know, well,
Like Makeout Point, you know? Like that's like something that most cities have that's not the same thing anywhere.
I think what you kind of gather, you haven't spent that much time in the town, and there is no formal name for any place that she was given on the sheet.
Okay.
Just that it was in the forest, not too far back from where a lot of the houses are. Just kind of in the woods. And when you are looking through the photographs, you can tell that it does seem to be a spot in the woods where people like to hang out. There are like cut logs that are, kind of like settled in a circle around a small fire pit. So just kind of like a hangout spot.
So a hangout spot in the woods. With these reports, are the coroner reports in there too?
Yeah, I would say that they are. They are in a second, smaller vanilla. Nope, manila envelope.
It tastes like vanilla.
It's
Cassie, no.
Can I get information from that one as well? Still using the same role, or?
Yeah, I would say that you probably would have taken everything out.
Cool.
From it. I just, for the flavor, I want it to be in a second envelope to kind of keep it.
Well, the flavor is vanilla. You've already said.
Oh my god, Dustin.
Go back to sleep.
No, that was a good joke. Thank you.
So then what does the coroner's report say about like her injuries? Was there anything missing?
Yeah, that's what Alex is going to be focused on as well.
Let me ask you a question really quickly. When you were doling out these forms, who would you have given the most recent one to?
I would leave that to you, Keeper, just because like I don't think Teddy was trying to hand like specific ones to anybody, just that like just trying to dole them out so that we could all read the information at the same time. So if Marie's not the most recent one, then I leave that up to you.
Quick, all three of us roll a d6. Go. Whoever like that.
I guess.
I mean, if it was at random, right?
Right, but I guess it would be you and Mars because I already have mine, and it seems like mine's not the first one.
You guys are overthinking this. Yeah. I will say that Teddy has the first one.
Okay.
and by the first one I mean the most recent.
The most recent one. Okay.
And let's say that Apophis has the oldest one. And then Alex has the middle.
Gotcha.
Always the middle child.
So then, really?
No.
Oh. I think
we find out there's another Rose.
Yes,
right
the third Rose.
Yeah.
Oh, what a good episode name. Anyway, so the coroner's report. Does it say anything like weird? Anything that stands out? Like obvious, other than like the pulp that these people were mashed into.
Gross. It's supposed to be my turn to make things yucky, not yours.
I'm sorry. I didn't try on that one.
Yeah, the information that you gather is that, again, the coroner, who I believe, I don't know why I say I believe as if I'm like recanting information that's been told to me. It's coming from my own brain. It is a state coroner who the body was actually taken to, and then the report was then mailed back later. Seems to say the same thing that you've kind of been briefed on, that they believe that this was just some kind of wild animal, kind of not really specified, but not unlikely that it was like, what the hell is even in the woods?
Hogs.
Bear. Wild hogs. Nope, hogs.
Okay.
Hogs.
Would you
Saul.
say
okay.
like 30 to 50?
Yeah, about 30 to 50 feral hogs.
Like,
all in your yard.
Y'all are making a joke, but legitimately, like feral hogs are in fact some of the most terrifying things you can run into in the woods. Like,
I'd be scared.
Javelinas are terrifying.
Boars funny, but I'd be scared.
Boars are
between
terrifying.
the laughter.
But like, there's nothing missing from the body.
I mean, besides a lot of blood and meat and stuff, but there's nothing like in particular. You gather that by the time the autopsy happened, there wasn't that much left behind. But it seemed to kind of be a rip and tear, like animalistic, terrible everything.
Okay.
So there were pieces of most organs, but nothing was whole anymore.
But so the coroner didn't mark anything missing.
I think a few things here and there, just like didn't have left lung, didn't have one kidney, but that again, nothing
Sure.
too crazy about it.
I think
So they weren't all like missing their hearts or something. Just
yes.
No.
But what Teddy will say to the rest of the group is, I've got the name of mine. I know it's redacted, but I did some tech voodoo when I got it. I also got an address in case we want to visit it, but it just seems like, severe lacerations, bleeding out, the same old stitch for most wild animal attacks, just that it's, fucked up to the extreme. But just because of experience, check in your own folders, check to see if anything's missing, and he gives like Alex and Apophis like a knowing look, just because that's where my mind is and that's where Teddy's mind is.
we've definitely experienced enough times where
Yeah.
something specific has been missing. So I understand that.
Yeah, can Apophis, or can I roll to... I think Apophis is just going through this, trying to make sense of it. Can I roll to investigate a mystery to try and...
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll 2d6 plus sharp.
Oh, I don't have great sharp. Oh, uh-oh. Ooh. That would be a 3.
Oh, brother. Okay.
So... Yeah. Apophis doesn't know how to read.
I mean,
Hi,
I feel like
I'm
that is
Jared.
something
I'm 21. I never learned how to read. Definitely fucked that up. So,
It's so very funny.
it's been I think that during my Renaissance Fair mystery, I don't think anybody failed a roll. Or if there were failed rolls, there was like maybe 1 or 2.
It was a help out. There were a lot of help outs in your session.
Yeah. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that like I have to put my head in a place where I have to remember that like hard moves are a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Alex
think
could
what-
technically try to help out here since he has the advanced help out, but
That's
I'd have to-
entirely up to
Would
you.
it
I'd
be,
have
would
to
it be
roll.
enough to make it into a mixed success?
I'd have to roll a 12 because if you with the advanced move with help out, if you roll a 12, the other person is considered as having rolled a 12.
Oh, okay, cool. I just thought it was like an extra plus or something along those lines.
No, I'm not going to because Alex is going to investigate his own.
Sure.
And I feel like it should be one or the other. Either he's focused on helping Apophis or he's looking in his own case file.
Let's let Masha have her first hard move.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's let Masha punish her friends.
I don't like it. I just want to be nice to you guys. Suddenly elementals appear and one of them wraps himself around you and jiggles a little bit. Kidding.
Wants to be nice.
Oh god, my fight or flight's been activated. So here is what happens. Apophis, you take, you flip open the little tabs of this envelope and you slide it open. But because you have a little bit limited dexterity, with, beetle hands as opposed to human ones, when you grip the envelope, all of the papers just slip out onto the floor. Some of them slide under the door and go outside. Some of them end up on the floor under the sheriff's desk. And in attempting to pick them up, you actually knock over his big old mug of coffee, which drenches not only the papers, but the keyboard and monitor of his computer as well. And you notice that sparks are starting to kind of come out of these things.
That's a very good hard move.
Chuck just sort of glances at Teddy like, oh, thank God you didn't give one to me.
You probably would have done the same thing, Chuck.
I think Apophis also just looks at Teddy and says, I have made an error.
Teddy's gonna go out, open the door, and try and grab the pages that like went outside for sure. Like there's a lot of other things happening, but maybe they can try and save face with that at least. But
okay. Yeah. I think that I'm trying to like remedy like the timeline of all of this, but yeah, that's fine. Yes, Teddy, you kind of jump outside and start collecting all of these papers. Apophis, are you doing anything in particular to try to remedy the situation?
I think Apophis is like trying to clean up the coffee, but is not doing a great job of it.
Okay.
I think Apophis is like he doesn't have like a like even though his like mirage form or like his projection form has a jacket, he can't really take it off and like help mop things up, so he's just kind of like using like whatever is around to try and mop things up, and like his hands are covered in coffee and he's just like staring at the sparking computer because he recognizes that like that's an expensive important thing, and I don't like I can't just smash it, but sparking is bad.
Just to switch things up a little bit, Chuck and Cassie, since neither of you currently have access to police files, what would you like to do while everybody else is investigating? If anything.
I don't know. Teddy gave me an attitude, so I'm just sort of hanging out.
Chuck is pouting.
I mean,
Chuck
maybe
is sulking in the corner. Got it.
that's leadership material right there.
Well, you literally took away my only thing.
Well, you're gonna need your game face now because the sheriff's gonna come and you're responsible for all of us.
Oh my god.
If the sheriff comes in, Chuck will react.
Cassie?
Well, Cassie would have been someone to rush out and try and catch the things outside since she wasn't actively studying the things.
Okay.
So I feel like gathering up the pages that were spilled is basically her. You know, she's the intern. She's got she got to do this kind of stuff. Like she's trying to get into her role as an actress.
Okay. You go, Cassie. Okay. Yeah, Apophis, you are in the process of mopping up the spilt coffee. The stuff that you were able to find around you. There were a couple of like already crumpled up paper towels, as well as a jacket on the back of the officer's chair. That's kind of it. That's in there. And I think that those of you who are still in the room are hearing the footsteps of the officer come through. Now, I'm going to retcon this briefly because I think I will let Alex investigate the file that he has, because I think that this would have happened at the same time as Teddy was kind of doing everything. So I want to give you the opportunity to do that before chaos has happened. So.
Our group thrives in chaos.
Our group
It does.
has a member that is chaos.
I know.
Technically, our group has 2 members.
That's true.
Bartleby Prime was saying caffeine can soak through your skin via wet coffee grounds. I wonder if reptiles have that same exchange. They don't, because they don't really breathe through their skin. However, the yearning that I have for Apophysis beetles to just jiggle more quickly now that they're covered in caffeine is very strong, and I would have, I would be actively doing it if Apophis was visible, like, in their snake form. Just wanted to share. What is Alex up to?
Alex is gonna research his file. He's gonna let's see how we roll, and then I'll worry about asking questions.
Okay. And that is plus sharp.
Yes, that is 8 total.
Okay. You have 1 hold that you can spend on a list of very lovely questions.
Yes, very lovely questions. I do think that his focus would be more on the coroner's report, since that's kind of his area of expertise. So I'm going to go with what happened here, to try and get, like, an idea of the killing, like what they, basically trying to surmise what the coroner pulled from what happened to the body.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I believe I gave you the first one, correct?
Yes.
I keep myself straight.
No, mine's the middle one.
Right. Okay.
I'm the middle child. The
That's right.
first one just got covered in coffee.
Yes. You should see my notebook. It's a mess now.
No, mine was the first. Or sorry, the way that we explained it
Oh,
was
that-
odd. But
Time is hard, man. Yeah,
mine's
Teddy
the
has
most
the
recent.
most recent. Apophis had the first one, the oldest one. And that's the one that is now covered in coffee. Yes, you have the middle one. Thank you. So, a couple of things. You gather that this was I'm not going to tell you her name because it's redacted. Never mind. But this was, again, a young woman, and you gather from the coroner's report that she was also in her teens. I think you gather that she was 16 years old. Just young girl. From what Teddy was kind of saying, seemed to kind of be mauled in a similar way. And it is the same coroner who did this same report. And so you see their name on it. And they've come to the same conclusion, that it is probably wild hogs. But you also notice that as the coroner's notes continue, you're able to kind of filter through some of the kind of like insinuations that are being left behind by the coroner that you get because of your area of expertise. That this young woman died where she was killed, and that whatever killed her used both teeth and claws, and that the bite marks had to have come from something with a longer snout than a boar. But the coroner, throws out a couple of animal family names, but mentions that none of them in the area match with what they think could be happening.
Okay.
There is the mention of a very obvious deeper puncture of a pointy canine tooth. Well, more than one of them, because that's how mouths work.
That is usually how mouths work. Yes.
Yes. So what happened here? Very quick attack. Died almost immediately after being attacked. Mangled nearly beyond recognition. And then whatever monster it was must have fled. And by monster, I mean animal.
Oh no! You've spoiled the fact that there is a monster in this mystery that is this week?
Wouldn't it be funny if it was just wild boars? And I just sent you guys on a wild goose chase?
Wild boar chase.
Wild boar chase. Wouldn't it be funny if I sent you guys on an actual wild goose chase?
If these are geese.
That'd be fun.
Where geese?
I think it'd be a
We've
Where
solved it.
was the most terrifying monster of them all. I wouldn't want to see those transformations.
Oh my god. Card games on Zamboni, you have to tell me which professor claimed that he would walk around with wet coffee grounds between his toes. That's disgusting. Everyone is making fun of me. Died where she was killed. Where did she die? At the scene of the crime? How convenient. She died where she was attacked. I don't know what I said, but where she was attacked is where she died. How about that? Trevor knows I'm very good at like saying one thing but meaning a completely different thing. Even though I think that what came out of my mouth is accurate. I'll just like
you are
switch
human,
words.
yes.
Yeah.
Humans are very good.
Geese
It's
are
like that
jokes.
anime, but people die when they are killed.
I don't know what anime that is, but
So
yeah. So now we are kind of brought up to speed. Teddy, you and Cassie have kind of sprinted out this front door in an effort to catch these pages that are starting to kind of whisk away in the breeze and the dust. And Chuck, Apophis, and Alex, you hear the doorknob, the door handle start to turn from the break room, and the sheriff through the door says, "What are y'all making a bunch of noise in there for? What are you doing?"
Chuck is going to lean into the door to not let him through and be like, "Excuse me, sir, this is official animal control business. This is all a part of our process. We require complete and utter solidarity in this moment."
All right, Chuck, go ahead and roll manipulate someone for me. 2d6 plus charm, baby.
Let's go. One of my lowest stats, charm.
It's funny. I built Alex to
10.
be like, oh, nice.
Nice. Did you want to finish your sentence, Dustin?
I was just saying, I built Alex to kind of be the manipulate someone person, and I feel like that's the thing he's used the absolute least
Yeah.
out of anything.
He's so
else.
often aloof.
He is so often aloof.
Yeah. So for manipulate someone, on a 10 plus, they'll do it for the reasons that you gave them. Yeah. I think the sheriff squints at you a little bit, and then looks back at the table with his, like, bear claw pastries on it, and just says, "All right, but if I hear more noises like that, I'm taking these files away from you. You guys are weird." And he
It's all
steps
about-
back,
it's all part of
closes
the
the door,
process.
and returns to his donut.
Perfect. Are there bear claws in the room that we're in too? Wait. Or was that?
Can you
was he
repeat that? Sorry.
So you mentioned bear claws. Was he looking back into the break room for the bear claws, or are the bear claws in the room that we are in?
The bear claws, which to specify, the pastry, not like
Okay.
bear claws.
I do want to make sure.
Pastries are good. The
Pastries are good.
bear claw pastries are good.
I
Wait.
think that I have like a unconscious bias that like cop plus donut equals makes sense.
Yeah.
I could have given him any snack, but apparently.
I mean, if
a bear
I
claw.
was a cop, I would never be, but I would eat donuts just because I feel
Same.
like it's a good excuse to eat a donut.
Yeah, same.
Chris, roll
Like, if
investigate
I were
to
a-
find out if these bear claws are in one room or the other.
Yep.
Yeah. So are the bear?
If I were a
Roll
Teenage Mutant
for
Ninja Turtle,
it.
I would eat
Do you
pizza.
want me to actually? I will roll.
No.
investigative
He
to find
he
some
looked.
donuts.
He was looking back at the bear claws that were in the break room.
Uh-huh.
I absolutely imagine it as like if you guys have ever been to Costco and they have that like big like palette of like
Mhm.
cheese danishes and fruit danishes and stuff like that.
Yes, of course.
That's what I'm imagining exists in this
Okay,
room.
I was just making sure because if there was a donut, Chuck would then eat a donut. But that was so. Be like,
Oh yeah.
yes,
No,
I'm
if there were a donut, if there was a donut, there isn't anymore because Cassie's in this room.
But anyway, so since there are not donuts in there,
Schrodinger's
Chuck's going to
donut.
just lean against the close the door and then turn around, lean against it, and just be like, "Ah, yes, another job well done by the
Also,
leader."
Mars, did you mark experience?
Did not, thank you.
Thank you for doing my job.
Also-
We didn't mention it, so I figured I figured we should.
Yeah, no, good point.
Speaking of stats that carry over, I assume all of our harm from like last mystery has been.
Yes,
Pick going,
absolutely.
okay.
You guys, you did not have very much time between the last mystery and this one. However, you had plenty of time to snack and drink and rest. What do you mean Schrodinger's nut?
What?
do you mean?
Shit, Masha's reading
Oh,
from
sorry.
chat. Anyone who's watching this after the fact.
Yeah. I'm reading from chat and
Oh.
ooh. Yeah, let's let
Oh,
the audience. I won't
donut.
say who wrote
Okay.
it, but I think that anybody who knows us by now can guess who wrote it.
Could really go for a donut.
Yeah, I think that Schrodinger's snacks is definitely like, if there is a snack in the same room as Cassie, no, there isn't.
Yep.
So, yeah. So let's jump to Teddy and Cassie outside. The two of you kind of. I think this does not require a roll. You are able to chase down these papers. However, when you are able to get them and dust them off, you notice that about 20% of each page has become kind of illegible just from like being dropped on the floor.
Some crappy ink.
I don't make the rules.
Yes, you did.
The
Or just a
sheriff's
lot of mud on
department
the
is-
ground.
Actually,
is-
Masha,
Yeah, thank you,
the
Dustin.
only
There's a
thing
lot
you
of mud
do
on the
is-
ground.
It is literally your turn to make the rules.
I don't make the rules. This ACAB, their paper sucks.
Okay.
They have shitty paper.
Okay.
Really, all the taxpayer dollars that go to them, you think they would have bought more paper, but really they just bought more guns for
No
some
one
reason.
here pays taxes, which is why they have to use receipt paper for their formal police reports.
Oh, good. So
Oh, that's the worst. Yeah.
the floors are hot enough to activate the receipt paper.
Fair enough. So 20% of each page is illegible.
Yes, what I'm trying to say is there's no like getting off scot-free here. The
Yeah.
pages have been damaged.
Yeah. No, that's fair. As long as we can get all the pages back, that's.
Apophis, after your close call with a cup of coffee and other such things, I think that you are more than able to kind of sop up all of the liquid that has been spilt. As you are typing on the keyboard to check it, you notice that a couple of keys quite literally stick. This man likes a lot of sugar in his coffee. And you find that you can no longer read, period. I'm kidding. You can no longer read any of the report that you had. It is just half of it's wet, half of it is wedged under a table that you can't reach. It is just kind of a mess. So, I think that Cassie and Teddy walk back into the sheriff's office. All five of you are together again. What would you lot like to do?
Office is going to turn to Chuck and say, you were the one in charge of me.
I've already handled the situation.
Alex is like still reading over his file, and he's just like, I mean, if you call that handling it, I guess I just.
Yeah. Is there a window here? And so is the computer itself wrecked, or is it just the keyboard and the monitor?
It is the keyboard and monitor.
Okay, cool. I'm going to, every time I say cool, a bunch of times Google activates on my phone.
Interesting.
Because it sounds like Google. I'm saying cool.
Yeah.
I see.
Cool.
Anyway. I think Chuck's going to grab the monitor and the keyboard and chuck it out the window.
I don't know how that's not just objectively worse.
You're saying this as Chuck is picking up the monitor and like the keyboard to throw.
Yeah. Again, like at this point, Alex has just grown accustomed to your shenanigans, so he literally is just like every now and then he will fix his glasses and turn to a different page. He's reading over the file while you guys are doing all the things that you're doing. Like he's just like, well, whatever. Like we're here to do a job, but he's still commenting on everything because he's no longer as in a shell as he used to be because of everything that happened. So he will comment and call you guys idiots at this point.
Mhm.
Like,
Well, you see, my thought process is out of sight, out of mind.
okay, but he's going
Yeah,
to ask where
so-
they went.
So, I am going to give you an option here.
Okay, cool. Oh,
Yes,
you,
there
fine.
is a window. Also, note that the window is back towards like the front of everything, and I'm kind of picturing like floor to ceiling glass, right?
Okay.
Maybe not the safest for a sheriff's station, but it's already come out of my mouth.
Yeah, this is the evidence.
So keep
room.
in mind, like, you're on the first floor. This is like the main street. So if you
Okay.
throw this screen
No
and
bushes
keyboard out the
below.
window, it is quite literally less so out of sight, out of mind.
Okay.
If you would
okay.
still like to do it, that's
I'll
totally
just
fine
leave it
by
there,
me.
and hopefully he doesn't notice that we built these
Okay.
things. People who I don't know, people were like, "Oh, Chuck, you should do something," and so I was like, "Okay, I'll do something."
You did something. You
Yeah,
saved
you
everyone's
did.
ass.
You kept him in there.
No, but after doing that, people were still like, "You didn't really handle it."
Well, because they're just giving you shit,
Yeah,
not because you
Sure.
didn't actually do anything.
So you picked it up and you put it back down?
No, well, I think Chuck like goes for it and then is like, I'm tired. I really wanted that donut.
Yeah, your blood sugar's acting up.
I
He's
don't.
just had breakfast.
Mine
was-
too.
Why are
Cassie
you
gets
so
it.
Go to
hungry?
eat.
I think Teddy.
Well-
Yeah. I think Teddy will just kind of look at the mess in and of itself, and he's like, "We should put the files back together as best we can, and then just go, because I don't really want to talk to that sheriff again
Yeah.
with
We
the
could go
current
out the window.
circumstances, or the door. It's open right now.
Or-
We just came in from it."
Cassie, you don't have magic to like fix things, do you? You're mostly a destruction thing.
I can fix things. And Sparks
No.
like
Hold on. Nope. Stop. Gonna stop you right there. If you're just gonna blast it with lightning, it's gonna be a no from me.
I can fix
But-
things, and Teddy's hand changes into a blowtorch.
Okay. Feel like we're on the we're. I think at this point we're just gonna make things worse if we try to fix it.
I can fix things. And Apophis just picks up the folder and like flips the little switch on his fanny pack, and he's a big old snake now.
that
What? Let's just put all the wet pieces of paper in the folder, put it back on the shelf, and we leave.
I like to think that this high-tech piece of equipment that Teddy gave you at the very beginning of this campaign that sits inside this fanny pack is just activated by a plastic on or off switch that you would have like on a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apophis turns the disguise back on. And then shoves the papers into this folder.
Teddy's going to put his folder on the desk. Oh, like that. The coffee's been mopped up at this point, right? It's still
Yes.
as best as possible, so it's not like spreading all across the table. He'll set it in the dry spot on the table.
the folder shaped dry spot.
Yeah.
Crazy how nature do be like that. Okay. And the five of you are wanting to skedaddle. Are you saying goodbye to the sheriff as you go? Or are you just...
A Teddy will wait at the door until everyone is outside and hopefully running, and then he's gonna say, "Thank you, bye," and then run after them.
Incredibly professional.
Yes.
Alright, so
Telephone
great.
method.
He can. I don't care about this Yelp review that he's gonna leave for our fake animal control company.
We never gave
Yep.
our name.
You think this man uses Yelp?
I
Don't
think.
think
I think
so.
he
Well, not anymore. His
overtly
computer
uses
is not
Yelp.
accessible.
I don't think this man uses Yelp. I'm not gonna lie to you.
He went to
here.
the Bass Pro Shop in Memphis and was like, "Big ZD's was closed. Hated it the entire time. 2 stars."
This man doesn't even have a smartphone. This man is not going to realize his computer is broken for weeks.
Let's hope so. Weeks later, somebody gets a call at Lyft. Somebody gets a call. But yes, that's what Teddy would do. I don't know if the rest of the group wants to do that, but
I'm fine with that.
Apophis just wants to get out of here. Apophis is
Agreed.
like, I fucked up. Let's leave.
I don't
I'm
want to
good for the
face my
spill and slip.
mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you guys going to any place in particular?
We're just gonna go randomly, and wherever we end up, we end up.
Right now, away, I think,
Yes,
is where we're going.
yes. Agreed.
Okay.
When will I see you again? Hello.
Would you like to
Tomorrow?
go
Oh heavens.
towards the houses? Would you like to go towards not the houses? You gotta give me a little bit of something.
I feel
And like, are you also all running in the same direction?
Quickly
Scatter.
scatter.
Scatter. like a bunch of teenagers who just played a prank. Like,
I do really like the
Oh my
idea.
It's the
God.
sheriff.
You've left a bag of doo-doo at the door.
Yeah.
Ding dong
Oh,
ditch.
man.
Well, no,
split
the
up,
whole
gang.
point-
Let's
the
just
point of
send
the-
Alex and Cassie off by themselves. So Dustin has to roleplay with himself for an entire mystery again.
Yeah, wait. One of my keeper moves is separate the hunters. So hey,
we
Dustin.
already-
Hey, you already used your hard move.
One.
So we all split up. Cassie and Alex can now do the rest of this mystery. Good
So-
luck.
I mean, like, if none of us decide, I guess the keeper could technically be like, you all run off in different directions. But
Well,
no,
okay.
I'm not gonna do that to you guys.
this time. I think going to and Alex will say as such, but I think that going to the wooded areas around is probably the best place to start for now, especially if we're trying to avoid, the sheriff for a little bit.
This is definitely headed towards the wooded areas. Probably just out of habit. I don't think he regularly runs towards groups of people.
That is entirely fair.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that there is a kind of a more or less straight shot from this like main road to the woods. It's kind of the road that Jean drove you up on. There's like a sign that you would pass by.
cool. Yeah. Then we leave the sheriff's station and we head towards the woods.
Okay. As you kind of are you all just like booking it? Like jogging, walking,
Yes.
Yes.
We're booking
Power
it.
walking.
power walking? Okay.
Yeah, definitely power walking.
Yeah.
Doing the C3PO, but in fast mode.
I like it. Yeah, I think that as you are running your way through the town, you are able to see a little bit more of it. Because again, you arrived super late last night, and so far you've seen maybe 10 feet of kind of the whole place. So, just really comical. I'm imagining like the Scooby-Doo, I don't know, Scooby-Doo running.
Like Zoink Scoop, we gotta get out of here.
Raggy.
Yeah, so you guys pass by a few things. You pass by a couple having a fight in front of a cafe that's right next to the sheriff's office. The woman is yelling about the guy being a cheater. The guy is yelling back that how could he cheat on her with anybody? Half the people here are related to him. You keep running and you pass a florist's shop. He puts out a sign that says, "Today only, sale on tulips." You pass by the local hardware store that is, for some reason, not open, and there is an older man banging on the door, screaming about how he really, really needs plumbing parts. It is urgent. Gerard, open up the fucking plumbing shop. I've got to take a shit. But at that point, you make it to the woods. All of you. I'm not gonna make you roll for it. The sheriff is enjoying his pastry.
We just have to be out of the fallout zone. That's all. The blast radius.
Yeah.
Okay. So in character, Teddy says what Saul is thinking, and he says, "So now we're in the woods."
Right.
Yep. And I would say that it's probably like early afternoon at this point. So you still have some daylight, but you know that in a few hours it'll start getting dark.
Sure.
So the attacks happened. Okay, so now we can actually talk a little bit about what we discovered.
Right.
And not have to worry about, getting thrown in jail or being attacked by a lawnmower blade, apparently. So the attacks happened in the woods, and the coroner believes that where the bodies were found was where they were attacked and killed. So it's not the case of someone dying and having the body dragged to a specific spot or something like that. It seems to be that the killing happened there and the bodies were left where they died.
Right. Was yours also a teenager?
Yes, 16 years old.
Mine was 17.
Was her age. Yeah, she was very young. There is one other thing, and that is that they were bitten and clawed, but the bites came from something with a large snout.
Okay.
But they did not specify what that could possibly have been, because any creature that might have matched such a thing, they do not have in the wild around here.
Right. And months in difference between attacks, my mind goes straight to werewolf, but at the same time, there's a pretty big gap there in between two of the attacks. So I don't know if maybe the werewolf left town at that time, or if they're, I guess I should say lycanthrope. I don't want to put them in a box, but yeah, what do you think, Alex?
I think that it's probably a little too early to rule out everything else at the moment. Signs do point to that sort of thing, but it's still possible that there's something that we don't know that could point to something else entirely. I do think that we can eliminate, based on the bite marks, we can eliminate some creatures like, I don't know, an alligator or crocodile.
Right.
Don't ask why I've used that specifically as an example. Simply because they have all serrated teeth, or not serrated, but they're all sharp teeth meant to bite and hold.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this seems to be mostly sharpened canines. I believe is what the keeper told me, but if I am wrong, she can certainly correct me.
Was that the last name of the coroner?
Yes. Dr. Keeper, yes. It's a joke, Masha. I see the confusion on your face, but it's a joke because I said in my Alex voice that the keeper told me this thing.
Is there?
I just did not connect A to B there.
No, it's all good.
Helping me catch up. It's good.
Was there an actual name for the coroner?
There sure was. Romana Gibson.
Romana Gibson.
That's a good name.
It is a good name.
Now, my question is, was that always her name, or did you just make it up?
I plead the fifth.
Well, you were just writing it down, so that my assumption is.
I think at this point Teddy looks over at Chuck and he says, "Chuck, what are you packing right now? Your rifle and your revolver?"
Yeah, I carry my guns.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Apophis looks at Teddy and says, I also carry my guns, and then flexes.
Hell
Okay.
yeah. Hell yeah, Apophis. You're the
I'll
best.
have to rub it in.
Out of curiosity, does Apophis still have the brass the magnet knuckles that Teddy made for them?
Yeah, I think Apophis, like, when not fighting, carries them around in their fanny pack.
Okay.
So, like, right kind of next to the whatever device is transforming them.
And if
I see.
Sorry, go ahead, Dustin.
I was just gonna do a dumb roll, but you go.
No, I was gonna ask logistics wise because I myself don't remember and I don't have it in my notes right in front of me. I think the specific like ball bearings that you have, I want to say are silver. Either silver or cold iron. I don't remember which one it is, to be honest with you.
I have it written down as cold iron.
Okay, perfect. That's perfect. Thank you. So then, I think Teddy's just gonna kind of look around the group and hold up his watch, the one that he uses to call the satellite, which technically is his like workshop right now. And he's going to say, "Does because of orbital rotations, I only get one shot at my satellite landing within the week, really. So, do we want a shipment of some silver bullets, silver ball bearings, maybe some powder?"
I would love to punch a werewolf.
You already have.
I'd like to punch another.
Did we punch a werewolf?
Apophis did in the Halloween mystery.
Yeah, very. Yeah.
Oh yeah, crazy times. Good times, guys.
And he's just gonna look at the rest of the group and see, like, does anyone have any requests or anything specific?
I mean, if we're sold on the werewolf narrative,
Well, I mean, like I said, it may not be a werewolf, but lycanthropes usually have a weakness towards silver.
Again, if it turns out to be that way, but you said that you have to do it now, right? There's no way that we can wait for a little bit longer before.
Well, we can wait, but it may come at an odd time if we don't do it now. I suppose it's just going to come later. We won't have the tools as early as we could.
Right.
But if we want to wait, I'm okay. Right now it's hovering over. Was it Nigeria? It should be okay.
Oh, it is just if we planned for a werewolf and then it turns out to be, I don't know, some kind of weird fey creature or something like that. Cold iron would have, of course, been much better than just silver.
That is true.
That is just my thought. Is that
if it's
while
more fairies,
it's definitely
I'm gonna cry.
pointing toward, it's definitely pointing more toward lycanthrope, and I can see where you come from with that. I'm just concerned if we put all of our eggs in one basket, as the saying goes. We're having eggs again? No, Cassie, that.
That you bring up a fair point, Alex. You do. I can hold. I'm sure right now we're just as capable of at least encountering this thing. Hopefully, there's a second match, but we can hold for now and keep. I can use some of the retro thrusters to buy us some time, and hopefully get the satellite here, get my workshop here sooner rather than later when we need it.
So we're definitely dealing with something animalistic here. So, as you said, lycanthrope is a very big possibility, but there are other creatures as well that I've encountered that could fit the bill.
I'd just like to mention the, idea of it, but snake creature could be a possibility, especially given the timing and the changing of the sun and such. And Apophis kind of rubs the back of his neck.
You're in monster form right now, right?
Yeah.
Is the hood extended or is it like pulled back?
I think it's extended probably. Yeah, it's
Just
like
a little big stretch to get to the center of the hood. Yep. Sorry, I was asking for my immersion. I think Teddy just kind of like looks around and he says, "So, I mean, he looks around at the forest and he's like, we've got a pretty big, area to cover. So, are we splitting up? How are we even tracking? I know that we're throwing out theories right now, but it doesn't really feel like we have enough to go on in order to track. We could try and maybe see if it's a big predator like the coroner's reports imply, then maybe we can check to see if there's areas in the forest that small prey have vacated because of this big predator or something along those lines. But otherwise, I can't. We don't know what tracks. We don't know. Obviously, it would have to be something weird, right? But it's just time that could maybe be saved by having more information.
Yes, I do agree with that. I just felt, this would be a good place to kind of go over our notes of what we have so far before we plan our next move.
That is fair.
Because, doing it in the middle of town would absolutely get the sheriff finding us very quickly and causing a few more problems than we're probably, intended.
That is extremely fair.
And speaking of taking a moment to pause and regroup, why don't we go ahead and take our 15-minute break?
Excellent segue.
Sounds good.
We will be back in 15 minutes, approximately like 9:13. So we'll see you then. Thank you for sticking with us. And make sure to get a snack for snack check.
Drink some water and unclench your jaw, baby.
Yeah.
See you soon.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place, for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, as this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
Huh? Oh, hi! I'm Cassie, and I'm dead. Well, okay, not really dead. Anymore. I think. It's a long story. A longer story than I really have time for right now. I've got something cooking, so just a quick introduction. And then I really need to go. What is there to tell, though? I died for a while. How I died is... it's unimportant. The important part is that my brother Alex and his friends brought me back. And when I got back, things were different. I think I'm a bit taller, I've got quite the appetite. Oh, and I can use magic. Maybe I should have led with that, huh? Well, I got there eventually. Now, I've joined up with the group, and I'm doing everything in my power to be a part of them. It's a long road, I know, but the world needs saving. And if I can help to keep it safe, then I have to at least try. I may not have full control of my power yet, but what's a little bit of chaos if it means saving the world, right? Right?
Yeah, I'll have the Zack Attack, the pancake, and the possum milk, please. Thank you. Oh, jeez, I didn't see you there. Hold on, let's walk and talk. Anyway, my name is Chuck Duval. or you may know me by my old title, the Silencer. I was an assassin, hired killer type. Would take anyone out for the right price, really, but, you know, like anyone, I've made mistakes, broken promises, I've got deep regret and all that, but not much time left to, stand around moping. But I'm trying to move on, be better, and who knows, maybe I can silence a few no good lowlives on my way out. Oh dang, they forgot my pancake.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
Who decided now to start crunching?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Turntables RPG. Thank you for sticking with us through the break. We hope that all of you have grabbed snacks. Please tell us what they are in the chat while we go ahead and describe what ours are. My snack was a bowl of homemade chicken tortilla soup, including chicken, spices, onion, etc., and beans that, out of my laziness, I seasoned with pumpkin pie spice, in addition to a couple of other things. And let me tell you, not bad.
Interesting.
I intended to grab a Cliff Bar, but I did not. Perhaps my very wonderful boyfriend will throw one to me if he hears this.
Man, I just want to see him pitched at your head, like now. Just
Hey Trevor, you should come in here and yeet a Cliff Bar at my head. Try me. What other snacks do people have? Chris, what do you have?
I have
Can you hear him?
Triscuits and these lemon cookies.
Nice.
Are they the kind that have like the cream in the middle?
No, they're just super thin.
Oh. They look like they'd be very good with tea.
I think that's what they're meant for.
Des,
Oh god.
yes.
are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I knew it was coming. I did request it. He missed my head.
Okay.
Should have gone for the head.
I mean, probably on purpose.
In other notes, Des in the chat has frosted animal crackers. And Card Games on Zambonis has a partially filled canteen of water, which I feel that. I scarfed down a turkey and Swiss sandwich with kettle chips during the break. And I also have these frog gummies that are like the frogs that Baby Yoda eats in the show. And I will
Amazing.
be eating them with this crocheted Baby Yoda that is Sydney's.
You're
and-
gonna... You better
It's
give him some.
Amphibian Week. Don't actually eat frogs. Amphibian fact.
Happy Amphibian Week.
Unless you're like a heron, in which case,
Yeah,
like you should probably eat frog.
yeah,
These are
but
space
also
frogs. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. There. I did the thing.
I have a brownie and these like dippable cookie things. I made Oreo brownies. I'm not really that hungry, so I don't know if I'm gonna eat them. But I brought them down because those dippable cookie things last for less than 24 hours in my house, so I will just save them down here if I do not eat them. And then I also made a decaf cup of chai tea.
Nice.
And I have popcorn.
Yes. I don't know if
Yep.
we read Card Games on Zambonis, but their snack is a partially filled canteen of water.
Yes.
How many ounces? It's important. You gotta tell us. And apparently they do a limited edition run of pumpkin spice turkey spam. To which I say,
Can you say it again for me?
no. It'll only happen the one time. You'll never hear that noise from me again. And my Cliff Bar has Megan Rapinoe on it. So that's cool.
Dope.
She is my younger sister, like one of my younger sister's absolute favorite athletes.
She's
You're
also
gonna say
one of my younger sister's absolute favorite athletes.
Excellent.
She's my younger sister. No, she isn't.
Okay.
I don't have a younger sister. And I am not an athlete.
I have an older sister.
I have a
What
younger
her?
sister.
I have an
I
older
have.
sister.
She's
I
not
have
an
a-
athlete.
I have a sister.
Her sister.
Hey everybody, how many siblings do you
Any sisters in chat?
have? I know
Make
my
sure to
mom
share
had this
with all
on
your
at some
sister
point.
Facebook groups.
I think my
so-
sister sometimes watches us. I'm not sure.
So, friends, how terrible was that? Was it really good?
It was awful.
I'm sorry. Yeah. When last we left our hunters, they had recently fled to the woods away from Sheriff Ocean McPhee, because they destroyed his property, and he seems like a man who does not control his temper well. And you were discussing the next course of action. Take it away, boys.
Sorry, I'm trying to spread this fruit gummy to see if I can like make it thin enough to see y'all through, but it doesn't seem like it's working. So I'll just eat it.
You know, let he who has not stretched out his gummies to an impossible thinness cast the first stone.
I just realized you guys have like little one eyes. That's cute. Anyway.
The real way to eat gummies is to eat all of their heads and then stick their bodies together and make just like a horrific gummy creature.
It's hard because it's in the normal frog crouching pose, so the head is like in the middle of the body. So, yeah. But
where does head end and body begin? I get it. I've been there.
Chicken and the egg. Yep.
Yeah.
So
monsters whack.
Any gummy worm could be a gummy snake if you're brave enough. Whatever that means.
Hold on.
Hang on.
Let's not let that pass. What do you mean by if you're brave enough?
Guess you're not brave enough.
You gotta put bones in it.
That is true. That is true. I am not brave enough to make this gummy worm a gummy snake.
Especially if I have to put
You have to put bones in it.
bones in it.
Yeah. How frequently
Isn't
am I
there
off
like
center,
a-
by the way, on my camera? Is it most of the time? I'm always like over here.
yeah, when you
Hello.
when you lean in
Hello,
to
it's
move your
me.
mic to talk into your mic, it's when it gets bad. But other than that, you're usually okay. Just because like
Maybe I'll
your
move
face
my mic.
disappears and then suddenly it's Anne talking, you know?
Oh, I should just.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm Anne, I should just like be over here. You know,
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like the way that looks.
I said that I should start doing that just to differentiate when I'm Alex and when I'm Cassie.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What is everybody doing?
I think Teddy is just gonna kind of look at the group and say, unless we have any other leads, I know where the most recent victim. I was able to find out where they lived and their name, so we can maybe try and scope it out and see if we find anything there. But that's all I've got, unless anybody has anything else.
Think the woods might be a good place to check around, especially now that it is getting closer to dark. So, splitting up could be an option.
Only problem is we don't have our usual instant transportation like we normally do. So if we do split up, we need to have a way to communicate with ourselves. At least.
That is a fair.
I mean, I'm okay with splitting up. If we feel like that would be advantageous to get the best, like, sort of spread our net wide. I would say if someone's going to go into the woods, we would want to send our hard hitters there just in case, because that's probably the place you're most likely to run into the thing we're hunting down. And then if we can send whoever we think would be most appropriate to talk to a grieving family.
I do not want to talk to a grieving family.
Really? You seem like you would.
I am not subtle.
Okay. I feel like you're good at, like, at least expressing emotions or talking about it.
I would prefer to punch things.
Okay. So are we down for splitting up, or safe is safe? We all stay together just in case things go bad. I've got a pitch. Let's send Alex and Cassie off into the woods, and then we go to the house, and then they can have a nice conversation about life.
Keeper, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So this is like a rural town. I'm assuming there's like one big road that like cuts through it, right? So I'm trying to find a way to like keep in communication. So the best way I can like figure that out is like creating some kind of like receiver that can like send a message to my arm, right? As opposed to like making two, so that like whatever team I go with, the other team has like something to communicate with us with. Because I still don't think any of us have phones anymore, and Ann's is MIA. So
Alex does, but it doesn't help if there's one phone with the group.
Yeah. Something I will say is that, Alex, if you pull out your phone, you will notice that you don't have very much service here.
Yeah.
Service or battery?
Service.
Okay.
There's electricity here, just not very good, like, phone.
Okay, so then that actually really helps. Could I use weird science to like adapt Alex's phone a little bit so that it can work as like a radio within a short term, like a short distance, like essentially the length of the town?
Well, that's for him to tell you if he's willing to give you his phone to mess with.
Teddy will pitch the idea to Alex. Now, I will say with the process, if you haven't uninstalled Flappy Bird in the last 7 years, it will delete your high score.
Just the high score?
At least the high score.
Yeah, it won't delete the app, but it will erase that high score.
Something that I will say as well is while you were walking past all of these shops, you did notice that like the hardware store, you could gather, probably does sell like actual walkie-talkies.
But it's closed.
I'm just saying.
The keeper's telling us to break into the hardware store, guys.
No, I'm not.
Didn't we do that in the Halloween mystery?
Didn't we do that already?
No, it wasn't a hardware store. It was like a bookstore.
It was like a hobby stop.
Yeah, there were like
Yeah.
books. There were like bookshelves and things.
Yeah.
We're very good at destroying property.
Yeah, we've so far we've destroyed a hobby shop, the Bass Pro Shop. Might as well add a hardware store to that.
I got it, guys. Our group name is not OSHA, but NOSHA.
Hmm.
We really need to come up with a name. Just I
Very
feel like
good.
nothing we've suggested has felt right.
It's very true.
I did like the guys who lost the book, but that was my own thing.
So yeah, I pitched that idea to just because like even though the hardware store is a possibility, because it's closed, Teddy's just gonna try and finagle something himself.
Actually, why is it closed?
We just ran by. We don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
I know.
Could be a like guy's sick, not feeling too hot.
Card Games on Saboni said Alexa play Hardware Store by Weird Al Yankovic. When you said Hardware Store, that song started playing in my head. I just want to point that out.
I don't know it.
It was
so.
in my head. You gotta listen to Weird Al. Weird Al's the best. But that is weird though, right? Like, do stores in small towns normally close with apparently not telling anyone about it? Because the person in front of the store did seem kind of surprised that it was closed, since he was, banging the door down so he could have a bowel movement.
I would argue that small town stores probably have the most leeway to close whenever they want. But at the same time, it does seem like too much of a coincidence for us not to check out.
Yeah, when Walmart or Target comes rolling in here, it's just gonna totally wreck up the whole vibe of the town.
I'm surprised that there's not the Walmart here, to be honest. I mean, usually that's the first thing to show up whenever.
But
Is,
then, you know,
is there a gas station in this town? But it's like an old-timey one.
we need to fuel up.
I don't think I know what old timey.
I'm just asking, is it like a Circle K or a 7-Eleven,
Like,
or is it like
can
a
I put my debit card in
with those
there,
that
or do
like
I have
you know
to put in
you hit
quarters?
the gas pump and like they start dinging for like every dollar that you spend, you know?
No, I don't think it's one of the old timey ones. Let's say it's one of like the big name brands, but one of the letters has
Like
fallen off,
Sheetz.
and I think that most of those locations are like franchised anyway, so it's definitely, you know. And you notice that the price here is like significantly higher than most of like
Now
a
I'm
lot
kinda
of the
hungry
big
for
cities that you
Sheetz.
pass for.
It's a
Obviously.
Shell station in the SFL.
Hell
Ah,
Station.
right
Nice.
Hell Station.
That's dope. That's good.
That's my new. That's
Perfect.
gonna be like my album. Like if I ever make a band, that'll be my album cover. It'll be like Shell Station with the hells. Yeah.
Definitely make that, Chris. That's within your
Okay.
power, I believe.
It is. Yes, it's very much in my power.
So, are the 5 of you turning right back around and heading to the hardware store? Or is that part of your split up?
How much time has passed since we've been in the woods and have been chatting up?
Just chatting up in the woods.
It's
Yeah.
probably been another like 45 minutes or so, but it's still early afternoon. You still have a couple hours of daylight.
Alright. So we do want to go to the hardware store, or do we?
We can
not
try
wanna-
and take like, you know, the long way around just in case, so we don't pass in front of the sheriff's station.
Right, you're right. So okay, breaking into the hardware store on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Go into the hardware store, yeah.
Breaking into the hardware store.
The hardware store.
So then
Our wares, they're hard.
if everyone else is coming, then we're going.
Masha just has that exasperated look of a GM who has
Of a
Has just
GM,
put a-
period.
who has put up with the crap of a group for so long that they know.
It's only been 2 hours though.
I know, that's the funny thing. We speed the process a lot.
Well, it was the wares are hard that really, you know,
Thank you.
did me in.
It's my job.
Yeah, so the 5 of you would like to go to the hardware store. And you specify that you wanted to kind of go not necessarily through the main like thoroughfare, but maybe around like a back way. Just for the sake of like not being spotted.
Yes.
We're already public
Uh,
enemies in this town.
Yeah, I mean, just to get confirmation, everybody wants to do this.
Unless Apophis wants to keep exploring the forest, then I think because if Apophis would explore the
Yeah,
forest,
that's
then
fair.
Chuck
We
would
didn't
stay
really-
with Apophis.
We didn't really leave much choice on that matter. So yeah, sorry, Mars.
Okay.
I'm good with whatever. I think Apophis is just kind of wants to go along with the group. They definitely want to like return to the forest. I think they definitely see value in the forest, but if the entire group is kind of like, well, let's go to the hardware store, they're not gonna like dispute that.
Okay.
Okay. I believe that the 5 of you are able to make it to the hardware store, no problem. You get a little bit lost on the way, because you've never really been to this town, and the back alleys and things are a little bit of a maze, just because it seems like not all of this town was necessarily built quite at the same time. You've got new architecture on top of old architecture. Not too much like trash in the streets or anything like that. Again, a lot of like small town pride here. But when you make it to the front of the hardware store, you notice that it is in fact now open.
Looks like they knew we were coming.
Well, that
Maybe
definitely
they're,
would be much more suspicious if they did.
Welcome, man.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, let's head inside and at least get some walkie-talkies.
Has Apophis switched back to their human form?
Yeah, the minute they like decided that they were going back into town, Apapa switched back.
Cool.
Cool. The 5 of you enter this hardware store, and you notice that it really is just rows and rows and rows of exactly what you would expect. Nuts and bolts and gear, and there is a wall behind the counter that is covered in guns. You do notice that a lot of the aisles that have weaponry are kind of empty. Like blank space where a hatchet would have been. But other than that, it's your usual. And as you walk in, a man runs past you holding a bit of pipe, like
PVC.
plumbing pipe, PVC, sure. He holds a bit of PVC and runs past you, bumping into all of you, and clutching his pants from the back.
Oh.
Good thing
This
he's
man has
wearing-
found himself in
that
dire
kind of pipe.
straits.
I've solved it, everyone. It's a were poop. That's what we're facing.
It's a were poop.
Good
We're
thing.
facing
The poop is so bad it comes to life and kills a young lady.
Yeah.
Good thing he's wearing brown pants.
Oh no, he was wearing white pants.
Oh God, he's fucked.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
God.
Oh god. Oh fuck. I think Chuck's going to look at like this wall of like empty weapons and be like, ah yes, a classic post Chekhov's gun situation.
Who is Chekhov? Do we need to investigate him?
Oh
Well, he has
wow.
a gun.
You know, I actually think you'd really like Star Trek, Apophis. I almost said Mars.
Mars likes Star Trek.
Right.
Apophis probably would too.
Yeah. Today's just gonna be like, howdy? Anybody home?
Yeah, hold on a second. You hear from the back of the shop as an older man in his 70s starts walking briskly towards the 5 of you. Ah, welcome. You must be new in town.
Yes, sir, we are. We were actually hired out by the mayor for animal control.
Oh. What's the problem?
We've just had a lot more kind of wild animal attacks in the past 5 months than your district usually registers. So we just came out to see if everything's okay.
Oh, the murders. Got it.
I'm sorry?
Murders.
The murders.
There's no animal around here that could do that.
So you're suggesting there's a human out there or another person doing this?
There very well might be. Ever since it started happening, all my weapons have been selling like crazy, and all that means is more equipment to do harm with.
Fair enough. Have you reported your theories to the sheriff?
Yeah, I told McPhee. He laughed me out of his building.
So you're saying that the only reason you believe it's another person is because more weapons have gone out your door than anything else?
Look, I've lived here all my life. I've seen the kinds of things that animals can do to people. I feel like it would be someone real twisted. But hogs don't do that. Bears, not quite like that. Snakes, just bite you and move on. I think someone in this town's a bit bonkers.
I see. And so it is based on the lack of animals that could possibly do the damage that has been done that makes you think that, despite, well, actually, what do you know about these killings? We'll refer to them as killings for now.
Well, there was one that happened a month ago. And one that happened a couple months before that. You didn't hear it from me, but all of them were high school girls. Which I feel like is a really weird MO. If it was an animal, it wouldn't care who you are, what you look like, but there aren't that many people here. I feel like for all of them to be teenage girls, weird. I'm thinking this person, this creep, it makes me sick just thinking about it. I don't want to say it. But yeah, that's right. All of them seem to happen when the moon is at its biggest, and there's not a whole lot of streetlights around here, so it makes sense. How are you gonna commit a crime at night if you don't have light? So they pick the time that it's the brightest moon, and they go out, kill a young lady, they get away with it. The sheriff won't do nothing about it.
Do high school girls spend a lot of time alone in the woods?
Usually not alone, but, kids and they're experimenting with drugs and alcohol. They like to go out there and have little parties. Usually some stragglers find their way deeper, or maybe they've fallen asleep, and it's not that hard to get back home when you've lived the same place for 15, 16 years. Is it smart? No. But I didn't do smart things when I was that age.
Neither did we.
Did you know any of the victims personally?
I mean, of course I did. None of them were my little girl, but yeah, I mean, again, grew up with them. Except for the most recent one. She and her family moved here about 2 years ago, but might as well have lived here all their lives. They fit in right away.
Did they know each other, the victims?
No doubt about it. I mean, you can't walk a single step in this town without seeing everybody you've ever gone to classes with. Everybody, as far as if they were friends or something, I'm not totally sure.
Let's see.
But they were either friends or enemies or acquaintances. There's no way they couldn't have known each other. But they're all gone now. And I don't know if you've already spoken to the sheriff or the mayor, really anyone else, but I encourage you to get home early tonight. They think that whoever this weirdo serial killer is gonna strike again, but none of you really fit. Well, maybe you. How old are you, young lady?
It's complicated.
You should be okay.
Well, we appreciate you being so open to us. We know this probably hasn't been really easy for the community at all, and we're outsiders, obviously. But we are trying to help as best we can, so we do appreciate all your assistance. Speaking of assistance, do you happen to sell walkie-talkies here?
I sure do. Let me go and grab them for you.
That would be mighty kind of you, thank you.
And he just kind of walks to the back of the store, picks up a pair of walkie-talkies, dusts them off, hands them to you and tells you they're woof. How much do walkie-talkies cost? $30?
Hot damn. Okay, yeah.
Is that a lot or a little? I have no idea.
It depends.
He
on...
asked for a normal amount of money for these walkie-talkies.
Wow, this is such a reasonable price. Thank you.
Great.
That is exactly how much they are on Amazon.com.
I would yes, I would say that this is the most average of prices for walkie-talkies that I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you. In order to be able to compete with those big old conglomerates, I gotta lower some of my prices, but I'm not gonna finish the sentence. This is sad.
Yes. Teddy will pay. And he'll take the walkies. And he'll... I'm trying to think. He's gonna look at the hardware store, I'm assuming owner, and he's gonna be like, you know, sir, we didn't actually catch your name. My name's Theodore Ulysses Franklin. What's yours?
Gerard?
Gerard.
Way.
No way.
Gerard, no way. Good.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
From My
Sure.
Chemical Romance and The Umbrella Academy. Wow.
Gerard the Completionist from YouTube.com.
This is so wacky.
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you. Do you need any, I don't know, poison traps, anything like that?
Teddy's gonna kind of like look at the group and hazard.
I know you're trying to hunt something, but maybe your bosses will look more kindly on you if you, well, I guess every animal control people that come here, typically they have their own gear. But if you need a little something,
Yeah, Teddy's gonna look at him and look back at the group and hazard a grin, and he's gonna say, "That's very kind of you, but I'm sure that, rest assured that we are well armed." And Apophis goes.
Yeah.
And also rest assured that we are here to get to the bottom of this, and so if what you say holds any credence, we will make sure that we will give in writing some information to the sheriff if we believe as such as well. We will not write anything off as an impossibility at this time.
mighty kind of you.
And then I think Teddy says goodbye and walks out of the store. At least, like, to the front of the store, waiting for everyone.
Paphos follows.
Trying to think if there's anything else before.
He has a bowl of lollipops on the counter.
Okay.
No, he doesn't.
What bowl
classic.
of lollipops?
What bowl of lollipop?
The bowl is gone too.
You know what?
somehow.
I like that fake out. That fake out doesn't hurt me. In game or out of game.
Pack it up, folks. It's done. The game's
We're done.
over.
This has been TurnTables
We
RPG.
found it.
Yeah,
Thanks for stopping by.
Teddy's just gonna be outside turning the walkie-talkies on and testing them, making sure that they're on they're on the right frequencies and the batteries are all charged and stuff.
But no,
Yeah.
she doesn't take the whole bowl. She just takes 3.
All right. Yeah, the walkie-talkies work just fine.
Cool. So is everyone outside?
Yes.
Yeah, I have nothing to gain.
Before, Alex stops at the door and turns around and he says, "Say, just really quickly, Is this supposed to be a full moon tonight as well? Is that what you were insinuating before?
Is he asking the shopkeeper?
Yeah.
Okay. It sure is. It sure is.
I see. Alright. Well, thank you for your time. If we have any further questions, we'll stop by again.
Appreciate it, young man.
And Alex will leave.
So if everybody's outside, I think Teddy will just kind of like hold up the two walkie-talkies and say, so now we can split up if we need to, but at least we have a way to communicate to each other that won't be, hopefully won't be interfered with.
It also confirmed a few things that we were already thinking about, right?
Right, with the full moons.
And the victims
Mhm.
being...
A type.
Yes.
I would like to know, I mean, you know, all three victims are around the same age, they live in the same town, they were all killed the same way. But we don't know anything else that might connect them. I still think that going to the Burgess family might give us something, or might uncover something.
Yes. I was hesitant before because I did not know what good it would do us, and I didn't want to reopen wounds with someone with a family that has recently gone through a loss. But at this point, I feel like speaking to at least one of the families will shed a lot of light on things.
Agreed.
But if it's going to be a full moon tonight, it is possible that this creature will attack again, yes? So we can't just ignore the woods. Not now. It could be preparing things for tonight.
No, I agree with you, Cassie. The question is just who to send where. I feel like we are all in agreement that the victim's family and the woods both need to be covered. We've got two walkie-talkies. It could be three groups. I could try and sync up my arms communication system with the walkies if we want to split up into three groups, but otherwise I think two would just be fine. I couldn't tell if Masha was just shaking her head at my idea or if she's just
jingling my earrings.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay.
They're made of they're like just the bark of wood, so they're very light.
Nice.
And so whenever I turn my head, they like just.
We can hear them a little bit. Yeah, they're like wind chimes.
You can.
Yeah.
Well, I hope my audio's coming in from the right source.
Yes, they are.
It is.
It's just that like I'm pretty sure it was wood hitting skin. So.
Anyway,
Sorry, I'm just the worst ASMR.
Anyway, so I think it would be if I'm okay with going out and hunting for the werewolf if we feel like that is okay. If you want me to, I can talk to the mourning people. If you feel like my talents would be more useful or more used talking to the mourners.
Please do not send me to the sad people.
How it's sounding to me is me, Apophis, and maybe Cassie go out hunting, werewolf hunting, and then Alex and Teddy, you go talk to the family of the victim.
Well, this sounds good to me.
Which stinks because I feel like as though Alex and Cassie, you could really use some more sibling time.
Yes, I imagine it has been quite hard readjusting to...
So maybe it would be better for Teddy to come with me in Apophis, and then you and Cassie to go hang out with the families.
I like the first plan.
Did you ever get that feeling that we have these great beings that control our every movements, and that sometimes those great beings hate each other?
Oh,
Yeah.
crazy.
You ever get that feeling?
No, I do not. Dustin, I mean Alex.
Chris, I feel like you almost slipped into the Arnold voice there for a second.
I did.
Alex.
I did. Oh no, Alex.
Yeah, for our audience, a few of us yesterday watched the movie Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger from 1980 or something, and
1990.
the entirety of the movie was all of us just going back and forth at each other, and it was very good.
Oh,
And
I'm
by
going
very
to
good, I mean like
Mars.
very funny, and also, there's a lady with 3 boobies in that movie. So
They
far,
show
that's the
her a
only thing that I
lot.
actually.
Like
It
they were very happy with that prosthetic.
You know,
It was
Masha, that's
excellent.
actually
Well,
what everyone remembers from Total Recall.
Well,
Yeah, I
what's
was gonna
funny
say
about
that is
it
one
is
of its
like,
thing.
well, yeah, it's just like the number of times that it like keeps showing up in scenes. Are you okay, Chris? What just happened?
Everything just fell. Sorry.
Oh, you all right?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm good.
You good? Okay.
Okay.
I just
Catch.
kicked
That
the
was
table.
like genuine fear on your face.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
My monitor fell forward, and if it
Ah,
Oh,
Mm.
jeez.
broke, I would have cried.
It wants to
Break free.
blood for the blood god, computers for the computer god. So, are we agreed? Alex and Teddy would like to go speak with Marie Burgess's family, and Apophis, Cassie, and Chuck would like to go, into the
Werewolf
woods.
hunting.
Yeah.
I'm off
Yeah.
werewolf hunting.
Wabbit.
Okay.
hunt. It's Wabbit season.
Where rabbit?
Yeah. Okay.
Werewolf season. Chuck
um,
season. That
and
doesn't make
so-
sense.
So that I have an idea who in each group is going to be carrying the walkie-talkie. And also, Teddy, do you want to try to do anything with your arm, or do you want to save it?
No, I think if I think he'll just carry the walkie-talkie.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then between Apophis, Cassie, and Chuck,
Who has the walkie?
I'll have the walkie.
Yeah, It's
Okay.
gotta go to Chuck, right? Like,
if Cassie has the walkie, she's gonna go fuck with cops, probably, on their, like, private channel.
absolutely. Yeah, like, and
I'm
oh
a
boy,
little
would
damsel in
she?
distress! Come
No,
get me!
she would just randomly just shout like "F the police," like just, and then switch off to a different
Switch to a
channel.
channel.
Just,
I love it. Okay, why don't we follow...
hey, cab.
Why don't... How many times have we said that on this
That's-
stream?
Just the stream
That's
alone.
her.
At least twice.
Let's go ahead and follow Apophis, Cassie, and Chuck first. They are
Hello.
intending on exploring the woods a little bit more. Yeah, tell me about it. What are you doing? Where are you going?
Tell me about it, stud.
Okay. Chuck is in hunting mode.
Okay.
Chuck is low to the ground. He is smelling the grass.
Good.
And while Chuck is doing that, Cassie's gonna reach out with magic and actually try and find the thing.
Okay.
If it's
Getting
okay
a
with you,
whiff.
Cassie would like to roll to investigate a mystery.
Go for it. That is plus sharp.
And that is going to be a 7.
Okay, go ahead and hold 1.
And with forensic divination, when you successfully investigate a mystery, you may ask what magic was done here as a free extra question. So if there was any magic done within this area, she would be able to essentially sense it.
Okay.
I already know what question I would like to ask from Investigate a Mystery. So it's up to you on which you would like to answer first. If there was any magic done, or if where did it go would be a good question for you.
Okay. Yeah, I can answer the magic one first. Cassie reaches out, trying to get the feelers on whether anything magical has happened here. And she just gets nothing. Nothing has been cast here in recent history.
So now it's my turn.
And then, yeah, besides her own magic feelers. And as far as where did it go, how are you trying to investigate this? Is she doing this magically? Is she doing what Chuck is doing and like becoming one with the earth?
Mother Gaia is me, and I am her.
Honestly, that's absolutely what she's doing. Like she just saw Chuck doing it, and she's like, "That looks fun." And to me, it would be hilarious if she did find the answer by just, or at least not find the full answer, but like get a good track just by essentially making fun of Chuck by doing it.
Yes,
Okay.
young grasshopper, do as I do. I shall pass on my lessons, and you shall become just as strong as me one day.
Chuck, don't you have a oops, by the way?
Do
I think you've used it like
Oh yeah,
once.
you do have oops.
Chuck has
Do I?
moves.
Wait, I forgot. I do have oops.
Yeah. I'm not saying that you should use it at this exact moment, but the fact that you're like digging around on the ground was like, what if he just found like a gun?
Am I
I don't know.
insane? I might be insane.
You used it during my
definitely have
last
oops.
mystery, which is why I ask.
Jeez. Oh, because okay, because I went on a break for like 2 months, and then or like 2 weeks, and then I wouldn't have understood to use it again. Because in my head, the only move I have is Dark Past, and that move is really not useful in like any situation that's like related to like, because it tells me like what dark magic I can use to figure this out, and Chuck doesn't know dark magic.
I thought Dark Past was like you sifting through your memories to see if you knew stuff, like from your past life.
The questions are: what black magic do I know that can help here? Do I know anyone who might be behind this? And when I dealt with this creature before, what did I learn? In most mysteries we've done...
Oh, right, because it's from the expert.
Yeah, most of these mysteries, one, I can't use... Dark magic is not applied. And most
Doesn't
of
mean
everything...
other people can't.
Most of all the mysteries we've done have been, like, new creatures, or creatures we, like, canonically have not fought before. So I always feel weird to use it, to be like, ha ha ha, I know, like... to force Chuck to be like, I know everything or whatever. Like, it would have been weird for me to be like, yes, Chuck has dealt with the Elapids before. But yeah.
At the same time, this could be like a lycanthrope. And that's...
Well, yeah. So I could use that, yes. Or I could also use Oops, which I do remember that I have.
Such a powerful movie.
Again, you don't have to use it right now, but I was just
God
like, oh, wait a
dang.
second.
Yeah, I know. There's so many times you could have used it.
I so much regret not remembering I got that.
You have it. You have it, babes.
do.
Now you know.
Yeah, now you know. And
For the finale.
I mean, if you wanted to use it right now, like that's
No,
totally
please. Well,
fine.
let's do your thing, and then maybe I'll do mine afterwards and see
Okay.
what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would say that is it safe to assume that Cassie would be kind of doing this like while just casing the woods?
Masha,
Is
you're...
she do it in one spot or just like going around?
Can you repeat that one more time, because you were like
a little far
in a
from your
box for a second.
Oh. Hello.
mic. Don't lean back.
Yeah, no, it's fine now.
Hello.
You sounded a little far away from your mic.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey. I have
I
no
think-
idea what that sounds like.
Yeah,
so.
you're good now. It was
Yeah.
like
Okay.
a weird effect that was going on.
It,
so.
it happens
Yeah.
sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my question for you is like, do you guys have a destination in mind? Is she like, are you like traversing like the woods in a circumference around the town? Like, how are you intending on kind of like, or are you hoping that like this gives you kind of like a starting point?
Yes, that's the main thing, is finding a starting point for us to work from.
Okay. Yeah, I think that again, you kind of put your feelers out there, probably at the same time as looking for magic, and you can kind of feel through the earth that whatever creature it is, has not been over here, but you can tell that if you go to that clearing in the woods that Teddy described, when he talked, like when he mentioned to you what his case file had, that you would probably just have a better idea.
Right. I was actually hoping that this would help us find that because we don't actually know where.
I see. Yeah, I think you can tell that if you were to continue going into the woods from where you are, just deeper, that it would just be further away. It wouldn't take you anywhere you need to go. You, using a combination of logic and magic, you get the sensation that this area in the woods is somewhere behind that kind of like main section of houses where it seems like most of the people in this town live.
Gotcha.
So you know to kind of go in that direction.
And she will share her intuition by saying, "Mother Gaia has spoken to me."
Yes, young grasshopper,
Nice.
you learned well.
But yes, going further into the woods would turn this into a mediocre musical, so that's probably not.
Into the woods. I call being the horny wolf.
Yeah? Hold on.
Because he's murdered.
Horny wolf.
You
Apophis,
really
are
want
you
Chuck
not-
to die?
Do you not know Into the Woods?
I haven't seen it or read it or whatever in a while.
It's like fairy tales, so like there's Red
Reading
Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf are in it,
That's right.
and he's
It's-
played by John.
The only thing I
Depp.
remember from the musical, like movie, is agony. And that whole song. Apophis, are you doing anything in particular while your two companions are like literally rooting around in the dirt?
I think Apophis has like kind of found a tree stump basically and has like sat himself down there and is just kind of closing his eyes and trying to tune in with the monster, which is his cool move, where he can attune his mind to a monster or minion. I roll plus weird and then I get questions. So he's
Yeah.
trying to do that.
Go for it.
Head. That's a 3 and a 2 plus 3, so
Okay.
8. I'm getting
Makes
new
sense.
dice. Those are none of those dice have rolled higher than a 3 today. But that means I hold one of the questions are: where is the creature right now? What is it planning to do right now? Who is it going to attack next? Who does it regard as its biggest threat? And how can I attract its attention? And I'm gonna ask, how can I attract its attention?
Ooh, okay. I would not have expected you to go for that one.
I'm hoping you would.
From connecting to this creature, you can tell. You can tell that, yeah, this thing, it's a werewolf.
Yeah.
You knew it, you felt it, but having fought one and been around one before, you were just like, yeah, this is same vibe. How to attract its attention?
You got any dog biscuits?
You got ear scritches. You got
Some pets?
you got some bones. You got some tobacco.
I don't
sorry.
even know what half of what you just said was.
You got bones for like pig bones. Don't dogs like big?
Oh, bones? I thought you said balls, and I was like,
No, well, balls work too. Dogs
Well, yeah,
like
dogs
balls.
like to play catch. Dustin.
You got one of those. You
Yes,
got one of those
I
like
I know.
tennis ball things.
And
Dustin,
so
I'm bringing it
I was
back.
What
fine
you
with it
possibly
until she
thought that
said,
meant What
Listen,
did you think?
I was fine until she said to munch on, and then I grew
Dogs
concerned.
munch on balls, Dustin. I don't know what you want.
You get the feeling that making yourself the first thing that this werewolf sees when it turns, you'll get its attention pretty quick. And thinking to yourself, you don't quite know where this werewolf is going to pop out, but putting yourself alone somewhere and behaving in a way that makes you seem alone and vulnerable, you're gonna be a pretty easy target for this thing. And it's gonna go for easy.
I think
Does that
I
answer
don't.
your question?
I don't think Apophis is going to tell their compatriots that. I think
Oh, okay.
they're going to kind of they're not going to say, "Hey, I'm going to go act as bait for this thing by myself."
Fair enough.
So
Cool.
Well.
Keeper.
Mm.
Oops.
Fuck you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Can you read me what oops does? Again.
Oops, if you want to stumble across something important, tell the keeper. You will find something important and useful, although not necessarily related to your immediate problems. So it could be related to my immediate problems if you wanted to, but
What
just
is your
not
immediate problem?
necessarily.
You hungry? You
My
want to find a
immediate
nice
problem-
sandwich on the floor?
I'm just looking for a nice, tasty treat.
He's been sniffing the ground, so maybe some like allergy medication or something.
Yeah.
You find a bottle of Benadryl.
Oh, thank God. I have so much pollen. It's caked up there.
It doesn't even have to pertain to what's going on right now. You find the book of the evening again. Just
It's
sitting
just
there.
sitting
Just
in
hanging
the-
out.
Wow.
It's just
Like,
there.
Yeah, I did it, guys. Mother Gaia, thank you for the gift.
Somewhere the elder Elip is just kind of like, where did I put it? Patting his like
What?
pants. He's like,
Oh, crap, did I leave it in that
Is it on the
town? Ah,
nightstand?
dang.
But
fuck.
he says, but then he looks at the camera and just says, "Oops," and like that's.
And that's been Turntables RPG, guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next season.
Oh my God.
Will you allow me a moment to think about it? I'll switch back to the other crew and then I'll
Of
come back
course.
with what you've found.
Of course.
Okay.
All right.
All
right,
just want to
Dustin.
make sure it's something good and not just a sub sandwich on the floor.
All right,
If-
Dustin.
if
We've
you-
got to
and if
throw
you
enough
decide it's a sub
curveballs.
sandwich,
We've got to throw enough curveballs to throw Masha off so that she can't think about what she's gonna give Chris for the oops.
Okay, sounds
I'm
good.
gonna let my subconscious work while I'm talking to you guys. My subconscious is better than my conscious most of the time with coming up with
It
stuff,
will
so-
end up being a sub sandwich.
Because subconscious.
Sounds good.
is
I
secret.
am.
So
I was
Yeah,
was gonna
tasting
do
your own
just-
medicine.
I
I
was
am
just gonna
falling
do a
apart
big-
way too easy right here.
a big twist or something. Like I was gonna fake a big twist and just say, "Oh, now's my time to give you another twist of Alex's backstory." But I can't now. I
Teddy
just-
accidentally cuts himself on the rose bush in front of the house. He's bleeding.
the rose bush.
I couldn't think of any other plant that has thorns.
Ooh. Cactus.
A cactus in Kentucky?
More possible than you think.
Fair enough.
A lot of people out here use them as like a barrier.
Yeah.
Like instead of a fence, you just have cactus, and it's like a fence. You could hop a fence. Cactus, those spines are in you. They require tweezers to remove, and a lot of them have like the reverse pointing spines. So
Yeah.
it hurts arguably more on the way out than on the way in.
That's very true. Also, I'm pretty sure cacti, like once like grown out, they're actually like very sturdy. So like even if a
Yeah.
car were to like accidentally like ram
Well-
into it, you know.
I don't know about that.
Maybe even accidentally did it because you slammed on your brakes. But if you try to drive through a cactus, you could drive through a cactus.
I'm sure if you could, you could force your way through.
So,
I mean, yeah, you could force your way through anything.
Alex and Teddy, you see
That's a
Apophis, Cassie, and Chuck off into the woods. Remind them what channel you're using on the walkie-talkies, and start making your way towards the populated area, just where it seems like most of the houses and people living are, with Marie Burgess's address. Is there anything in particular you would like to do on the way?
I think Teddy's just trying to gauge like the feeling of the town in general, while still like looking at hopefully street signs to know like where the house is and stuff like that. But essentially like like are there any people out and about, or does it seem like a ghost town because everybody's like inside waiting for the bad stuff to happen?
Yeah, I would say at this point dusk is kind of starting to fall. You notice a lot fewer people around than there were earlier. It seems like a lot of shops are kind of starting to close. But there are still kids like playing in the front yards of these homes, and people just kind of chatting and hanging out. It's hard to know what's normal since you've only been here for a day.
Sure, that's fair. It doesn't like, I mean, if there's children playing out in the yards and stuff, even though it's not like nighttime or anything, then maybe they're not as scared as we thought maybe they were. Maybe it's just Gerard. I think Teddy's just gonna kind of look at Alex and say, "Do you know what you're gonna ask the family?"
And I have a few things that come to mind, but asking the questions isn't going to be the problem. The problem is how to broach the subject in general.
True.
I mean, what are we going to do? Introduce ourselves as animal control and say, "Hey, we're investigating your like."
Yeah, sorry
don't
we
even
came
think-
late.
Exactly. Like, I feel like animal control doesn't even really investigate deaths in regards to that. So, asking the questions that I want to ask may not fit with that narrative.
Maybe you're right. We're gonna need something to get through the door. I feel, a part of me even is playing with the idea of just telling them the truth, that we think it's a monster, and seeing what they think. Because I mean, at this point, if it's been a week or so since she died and they haven't found any answers or refused to investigate further, I'm sure they're angry at the system that it's not doing more. But at the same time, there's always the definite possibility that they could just throw us in the loony bin.
What, you mean that monsters aren't normally the first thing that go through someone's mind when something like this happens?
I mean, I guess you could always, give them your charm and smile, and prove a thing to them.
I'd prefer that it doesn't come to that for obvious reasons.
Sure. I'm just saying, I could show them my arm, but it's not really going to have the same effect because we're essentially two different genres, you and I. Sci-fi. Or...
Did you call me?
horror.
What?
That's Santa Claus.
Whore.
Definitely put another OR at the end of that, but sure. Yeah, I think out of curiosity for the keeper, how long does it take us to find the house? We're not very well acquainted with this town, but still trying to use like the street signs as best as possible.
I think like half an hour.
So the sun is definitely like the light might still be out, but the sun's definitely down.
Yeah, I think, with the fact that you guys have to kind of walk everywhere now. Sorry you've been ditched by your ride, Jean, and also your wings, and
Alex leveled up and took angel wings.
Cool.
Um, so
Yeah, it's you.
My
There's still
thought
a
is
little
we-
bit of daylight, but yeah, the sun is definitely going down now.
sure.
Um,
What does their house look like? Like, what are we dealing with?
it is a house that is, on a street with a bunch of kind of similar looking homes. It seems to be not necessarily a new development, but it looks like they had some work done recently.
Mm-hmm.
God, do you want like architecture?
I mean, I was I was wondering if there was like maybe like a what's the word? Like a shrine outside.
Memorial?
Yeah, there we go. A memorial where people might have like left flowers
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, there is absolutely a small like bin on the porch. And on it says, for donations, and you can tell that it is so full that things are kind of bulging out of it, and you're seeing like casserole tins and like blankets and hot cocoa mix, just like a bunch of like cozy, comforting things. There is a car in the driveway. It is probably about a decade old. Yeah. It has a lawn. There's a nice big tree in the front. All of the homes here are a single story, in height
Gotcha.
as opposed to in width. Can you imagine? But yeah, there's absolutely, a couple of vases with flowers. Yeah.
And Gerard said that they recently moved here. Yes.
Yeah, I think he said like 2 years ago.
Right. I think that that introducing ourselves as investigators working with the mayor may be the best way to do this.
Fair enough. I think you're right. It's enough of the truth to help.
Right.
Investigators with
Well-
the mayor. We walk up.
Suppose, yeah. And Alex will knock on the door.
Man, this would have been really nice if Teddy had his hat so he could like put it on his chest and be like all nice and courteous. But it's
Aw. You didn't take the Yellow Birch hat.
no, I did not. I put that back on the rack. Not the same.
But
effect.
Alex, you knock on the door. Okay. You knock on the door. There's just kind of silence on the inside. And you hear a little bit of shuffling behind the door. And then a small voice say, "Oh, just a moment, sir." And you hear the sound of probably 5 or 6 locks being unlocked. The door opens and shows you a tall, thin, blonde woman who is currently wearing one of those fuzzy bathrobes. Not the kind you actually wear after a bath, but the kind that you wear like for lounging around the house.
Okay.
For some people, it might be the same thing, but you know what I mean. Like it's plush.
Lounge check.
And there is a small toddler kind of clinging to the back of it, peering out up at the both of you. Hi, can I help you both?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have my most recent produce delivery? I'm sorry, I'm not expecting anybody today.
No, ma'am. We're not your produce. We're terribly sorry to bother you at this hour. We my colleague and I were investigators with the mayor, and we hate to do this to you right now, but we are desperate to try and find out more about the horrible thing that happened to your daughter. And we were hoping if we could maybe ask you some questions.
want to make sure that this doesn't happen to anyone else.
Agreed.
That's what they told the other families, and yet it happened to mine. Hold on a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
And she picks up the toddler and kind of whispers into the toddler's ear that mommy needs a couple of minutes and to kind of like scuttle away into another room. And toddler looks suspicious of the both of you, especially you, Alex. I imagine that you are currently wearing a face mask.
You're correct.
And in this non-COVID timeline, wearing a face mask out in public in America is a bit funky. No, ma'am, we are not your produce.
Wink.
Look, they told me it was a wild animal attack. I have no reason to believe it was anything other than that, and I have told the story so many times, and I can't even tell you how much it hurts my heart to repeat it.
Yes. I'm sure, ma'am, and I understand the pain of losing a loved one. And if there were any other way that we could help to prevent future victims, I promise you that this would not be something that I would ask you to relive again. But at this point, we need your help. And if you would be willing to give us just a few answers to get us pointed in the right direction so that we can make sure that this, whatever this was, gets settled and taken care of so that the people of this town do not have to worry again. I would greatly appreciate it, and so would my colleague.
Absolutely.
So, please help us.
Man, I think I'm going to have you roll manipulate someone. As convincing as your argument is to me, the keeper, I am not a woman mourning the loss of her child, so...
Yeah, I will say that I often have that problem as a GM as well.
Right.
That it's like, I mean, that makes a whole lot of sense, and it's hard.
Right.
Like, ugh. Okay, but that's fine. Again, Alex is surprisingly good at this. Well, we'll see, because now I could still roll snake eyes and see what happens. But
Yeah, go ahead and roll manipulate someone. And for you, is it plus weird? Or is it
it
still
is.
plus charm?
Nope. Alex has what's called unnatural appeal, so he rolls plus weird instead of plus charm when he manipulates someone.
Man, that
All
face
right.
mask, enchanting.
It's got a little
I mean,
bit
it's
on it.
it's yeah. He's bedazzled it, or rather, he didn't bedazzle it. His
Sister.
relative did. I mean, of course, though, I'm gonna roll 11 and then plus 3.
Ooh, baby.
So that's gonna be a 14. It's gonna be a 14.
You don't happen to have advanced manipulate someone, do you?
Well, it's funny you should mention that because Alex leveled up again and he took 2 more advanced.
Okay.
So he now has all 4 of his advanced ones, and so he currently has help out, act under pressure, kick some ass, and manipulate someone as
Right
his
on.
All right.
4.
Awesome.
So yes, he does in fact have advanced. So for advanced plus on a 12 plus, not only do they do what you want right now, they also become your ally for the rest of the mystery, or if you do enough for them, permanent.
Okay.
That is a charming boy.
Yeah, I think I really like the way that this played out because I feel like the reasoning that you gave her was very good, and so I'm glad that like in the game it gets to pay off like this.
Yeah.
She sighs and again shoos away the nosy toddler and then invites the two of you in. She gestures for you to sit at the dining room table that is not far away from the front door and goes into the kitchen to turn on the kettle.
As soon as she leaves to go to turn on the kettle, Teddy's just gonna like zero in on Alex and say, "What? Why have I been the one talking this whole ass time?"
I mean, I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
Step, fucking 2-step over that shit, okay? God damn. And he's gonna right himself and, get composed.
Listen, to be fair, I probably have the most experience speaking to people who've lost loved ones.
Teddy nods understandingly. I'm just saying, I feel like some of your talents are being wasted just being the, doctor. How weird is that to say?
Doctor? Lame.
Salesman? Bingo. Big brain.
I mean, bedside manner is an important part of being a doctor,
Yeah, so as the two of you are having this small discussion, this, again, kind of tall blonde woman comes back into the dining room with a plate of cookies, a teapot, and 3 teacups, and then sits down and prepares herself to talk to you. Apophis, Cassie, and Chuck, let's come back to you guys. It's been a minute. So, Apophis has honed in a little bit on this monster. Cassie knows the way to go. And Chuck, my dear Chuck,
Hello.
rooting around in the earth like the little beautiful gremlin that you are, on your elderly knees. My God, you beautiful creature.
Truffles.
She's stalling.
My God, Chuck is a truffle pig. As you are kind of feeling around, and I think you're kind of like goofing around too, right? Like what is the vibe that Chuck is giving off here?
Chuck is giving off the vibe of a master hunter.
Okay, you're right. No, you're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take that away from you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so Cassie and Apophis, you see Chuck kind of picking up a couple of blades of grass here and there and holding them up to the wind. You see him admiring the bark of trees and checking them for marks. And then he looks down, and at his feet, kind of poorly buried, is a small metal box. You take this to be kind of like a geocache. Again, Chuck takes his hands, don't worry about it. He takes his hands and brushes the dirt away. And it's very weird. But the box has one of his alias's names on it.
Oh crap,
Now-
I forgot I buried one here.
Yeah, now Chuck knows that
one's,
he didn't
Duck
bury this here,
Kubal.
and he also knows that when he buries his stash, he buries it deep. Chuck, you open this box, and inside you find a couple of things. There's no money, unfortunately, this time,
Drat.
but you do find a small stopwatch, a couple of old IDs, and the keys to a car. Keys that you thought that you lost a long, long time ago.
Ah, yes. Did I park it around here? Did I... Oh god, did I really just leave it in the woods? That sucks. I think Chuck, who he pockets the pocket watch. He pulls out his very large wallet that's more of just like a full like card binder full of
One of those
IDs.
turny things that people put business cards into.
Yeah. And it's just like full of fake IDs or like stolen IDs.
Are you
I
talking to
always,
yourself?
I always choke up when I fucking am trying to talk. Anyway, sorry, what did you say, Cassie?
Are you talking to yourself? Because he was actually talking, or at least you were
Oh,
talking in
yes.
Chuck voice.
Oh
So-
yeah. Chuck's like, yeah, I do that, don't you?
Well, yes, but normally people look at me funny when I do it.
No one looks at me funny. They all look at me the exact way I intend them to look at me.
Cassie looks at him funny on purpose.
Well, that's
Aw.
well, I intended you to do that, so this is all going according to plan. Anyway, Chuck pulls out these very old, dirty keys and is like, "Okay, guys, my car is somewhere around here. Hopefully, it was not towed. I have no idea what the cost of that ticket would be.
Yo, what?
My car."
You and Cassie could go look for it.
I mean, I'm
presume-
not like fully attached to the car. Like, I'm not like it's not like my pride and joy. It's just sort of a rusty old car that we could use it. We don't
It
need
would-
Gene anymore.
It would certainly be helpful. And if it's in this forest somewhere, you could kill two birds with one stone. Please don't actually hurt the birds.
Chuck pulls out a gun. What are those fucking birds? No. So anyway, I think Chuck looks around. Does he like see like? I guess. Does Chuck know where his car is? Like where he would have hidden his car?
Yeah, you know what? You used oops. I'm gonna just give it to you.
Okay, cool.
I
This
think-
for the audience or whatever. Chuck leveled up and took another crooked move because I'm running out of things that aren't like character changey things, and so I took a crooked move called Driver, which means I can hotwire any car, and then I get a +1 while driving, and then I also have my own car I can use. So now Chuck's a driver. So yeah.
Yeah, as you are flipping through these old IDs that you know are parts of you that you've kind of long forgotten or long not paid attention to, you realize that the forest around you is actually a little bit familiar. And kind of peering through as the last kind of glimmers of daylight strike through the trees, you see what appears to be a small service road. And to the right of it, you see a car that looks like maybe a long time ago it could have been green.
Is there a tarp over it?
There's my baby. The elements have treated it well, like fine wine it has.
What are your tags?
Are those tires still? Do those tires still have air?
Who knows when I left this? It could have been last week. It could have been too long ago.
Chuck was already here. You only thought that he was in the car with you guys and Gene.
Anyway, so Chuck goes up to this 1960s like mini car. It's a mess. It's a mess. The name
Wait.
is very confusing. It's not like a mini car. The car is called a mini. Anyway, old cars, I don't get them.
So, just real quick, sorry to. So you have two cars somewhere?
Yes, I have two cars. The driver move does say
Okay.
I have two handy, widely available vehicles. I have not decided what the second vehicle is.
Okay.
I decided
okay,
just to, at the moment, approach the fact that I have just one old car. Maybe Chuck has like a bus somewhere.
Okay.
But yes. So, Chuck goes up to his car. He pats the hood and he's like, "Yeah, there's
Yeah.
the girl. What? So now we've got wheels."
Yeah, as you get up to your car, you peer in through the driver's side window and you realize that the tank is full of gas. And weirdly enough, The tires are brand new. So you get the idea that someone
Have you been cheating on me?
has someone has discovered your car and kind of adopted it in secret.
Dang.
Yeah. Mars just put in the chat.
Now we've got to leave.
Oh no, I completely misread that. But essentially, the way I read it was like these teenage girls were all we're fixing up this car in the woods, and this entire time, and that's it.
That's it. I'm scrapping my mystery. That's way better.
No, I was responding to Bartleby Prime's comment, who said, "I'm starting to realize Chuck makes way more sense if you insert air quotes around most of what he says." So then I wrote, "There's the girl. Now we've got wheels."
Guys, it's the sisterhood of the traveling 60s mini car.
If only I could meet them, they would have appreciated
They were
the
gonna.
history I could provide.
They were planning to get out of this small town.
Yeah.
Honestly, that speaks to me. Voices in my head. Okay.
No God.
Okay. Cool. I think Chuck
yeah.
just like checks if the key still works.
Yes, the key still works.
Okay.
What's Cassie up to? Because I think Apophis might try and do a very dumb move.
Okay.
Who?
Classic. Oh, dang it.
No, my fucking God. Cassie,
Stop
where
it.
are you?
Stop it, you.
Listen, Cassie found out that there's a clearing to get to, and she's, it's getting late.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
All right. Apophis is going to go in the other direction of the clearing.
So good.
And-
The group of three is
Yep.
now split up.
And start like walking around kind of somewhat loudly complaining like, "Oh man, this headache is," or I forgot to do Apophis voice. "Oh, my head is in pain. My vision is blurry due to the head pain. I feel so weak and ill due to
And human.
weak and human
And
and
like a small teenage girl. Help! I am
and
small
I am
and
so
weak.
lost." And Apophis is basically just putting themselves out as bait, and being a massive idiot. But I won't metagame.
It's okay. From the moment that she heard that the targets were all teenage girls, Cassie had planned to do the same thing. So,
Jesus.
Jesus.
You know.
God, this is so fucking funny to me.
So,
like,
Cassie and
legitimately, when
Apophis.
you started, when Apophis started talking about it, I'm like, uh-oh. Because I already knew that.
So both Cassie and Apophis have walked off in opposite directions to try to use themselves as bait, unbeknownst to the other one who was doing the same thing. And then Chuck went in a different direction to check out his old car that he has lost for an undetermined amount of time.
And
Apologies
the
to
funniest
Masha.
thing,
I don't care.
no, here's the absolute funniest thing, is that in so doing, without us communicating our plans to each other, we've actually left an elderly man by himself in the woods instead.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's the one with the walkie-talkie. The other two
Yeah.
of you have no idea how to communicate. Cassie,
Nope. I mean, Cassie knows how she. Yeah. Yes.
do you have the walkie-talkie?
Cassie is a flare.
No. She.
Oh,
Yeah. Cassie is in fact a way of communicating, at least to let people know where she is.
got
But,
it.
He could
Okay.
shoot up into the air and make a lot of noise. Cool.
Ah,
I think Chuck is just, like, has gotten kind of emotional looking at his car and is now and like sits on the hood and lies back and remembers sitting on this car for so many years in different places and just
He's telling Cassie and Apophis the stories of him in this car and just.
There's nobody there.
I have absolutely done that. Told a story to someone who was not there. Trevor can confirm. I had a whole conversation with him once, and he was in the other room. And then Trevor, he was just like, I think it was one of my friends who was like, "Masha, Trevor's not even here." And I was like, oh.
Yeah.
To be fair, like, I mean, it was at a party and there were 6 of us. And 2 cats.
There was one, Masha.
Yeah, there were still other people there, but I thought it's fine.
We get it.
Yeah.
To you, there were like 14 people there.
Right.
Yeah.
So Chuck's just like, oh yeah, then, and so, you know, Daisy offered to get me a new car, but I was like, no, I'm not a fancy car guy. I just like what I have.
All right.
You guys are really good listeners. He does not look to check.
All right. So, Cassie, you, in your walking, now that you know where you're going, doesn't take you too long to make it to the same clearing that was in the photos of the most recent death. Just as you expected, there are a bunch of logs in a circle. There is a fire pit, and there are still a couple of like little metal with colors flags in a couple of spots where the body had been. What would you like to do?
I think. Let me get to this again. I would like to either, and I'm going to leave this up to the keeper, depending on the situation, investigate a mystery or read a bad situation.
So you guys have put me in an interesting spot here because both of you want to be bait. You can't both be bait.
Or can they?
Or can they?
There's 2.
No, yeah, I mean it's fine. Yeah, just
Well, if
yeah,
one
yeah,
succeeds,
suddenly
then
there's
the
actually
other fails.
there's actually 3.
Yeah, you've forced my hand. There are now 2 werewolves. Sorry.
Yeah.
And they're all at Chuck.
Converging on him.
Yeah.
That's our car.
That's our car.
Boy.
I think we have a misunderstanding.
You adjusted the seat. Now I can't get in. I'm gonna go ahead and have you roll investigate a mystery.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, here we go. That is 8. I think that's exactly what she rolled last time.
At least she's consistent.
No, that's a 7. So
Okay.
1 worse.
It's still a hold one.
It is a hold 1 plus the free. Is there any magic here? But I'm
Mhm.
assuming that there's not. What is being concealed?
Okay. Just to formally address the magic question first. No, there does not appear to be any magic that was done here. What is being concealed here? Okay. Yeah, I like this.
Well, I'm glad you do.
But you won't get to hear it. No, I'm kidding. You...
You're dead.
Sorry, what was being concealed here is the werewolf in a ghillie suit. Rah! Can you imagine?
I can.
Can you believe?
Yes.
So Cassie,
Would not
you
believe
are
or lie.
walking around this spot again, kind of putting your magic feelers out there, looking for any details that the cops may have missed. And you keep coming back to this fire pit. And it kind of makes sense why. Fire, chaos, you love that stuff. And it does have the faint smell of like smoked sausages. You can tell that sometimes the teenagers around here like to barbecue over this open flame. There's like half of a graham cracker that's kind of soggy on the floor. Looking under some of these logs, Though your hands are getting covered in ash, you do find a small slip of paper, burned around the edges, but not fully had it gone up in flame. And on it, you read 5 names. Leslie Griffith, Maddie Smith, Lucy Wheatley, Stacy Allman, and Marie Burgess.
Yep.
At the bottom of the page, you can just make out Friends Forever.
Well, I think I found out some names. I mean, Cassie can't really bounce ideas off of anyone's head since she's alone in the woods.
Yeah, why don't we scooch back over to Apophis? You are currently kind of on the other side of the woods here. And I just can't get over the double bait situation.
Yeah.
And you can kind of either confirm or let me know if you were aiming for something else. But I think that you are kind of finding yourself sort of back near the main entry road of the town, kind of probably where you embarked on this walk through the woods. Is this correct? Or did you want
Yeah. They're just kind of like wandering around. They're probably staying closer to that area because they figure like the werewolf will enter the forest through kind of where they entered. So he's gonna like stay in that area. But is kind of intentionally trying to look lost. So is staying far enough away that it's not like he's not like on the side of the road, like, where am I? Trying to make himself look very vulnerable. So making himself look lost, outwardly complaining of head pain, probably like covering and rubbing his eyes a lot so that like, you know, if someone were to sneak up behind him, hypothetically, he would, in theory, not realize they were there.
Call an ambulance, but
So-
not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, he is basically trying to do exactly that.
Okay.
So there are 5 of us, 5 characters.
Yes.
And the majority of these characters have ways of communicating at least where they are. We have the one person alone right now who has no way of actually telling people where they are.
Vulnerable, you say.
I mean, Apophis could Apophis could like just grab a tree and throw it into the air. And,
Yeah.
That's
we would-
true. Or a cop car. Apophis
cop
said
car.
a cab.
Yes.
Oh my god.
We're 3 for 3.
I need to
Yeah.
tell I need to tell somebody where I am.
Yeah, but Apophis is a big dumb snake idiot, so
It's such
Well,
a
might
it's
be
such a
more big
himbo
than
move.
snake idiot. It is
Yeah.
such a himbo move. It's so very good.
To
Yeah.
chuck something in the air just for someone to see. I think that'd be.
Oh
Anyway.
man.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, there
I
are ways.
think- Man, I think that what is going to happen is as you are hollering and kind of tripping all over yourself and doing all of this, from the main road, or what you imagine to be the direction of the main road, you hear a familiar voice say, "Now who is that screaming out there in the woods? I swear to God, on this night of every night."
Oh no.
You hear the cock of a rifle as Sheriff Ocean McPhee starts to walk towards you.
We destroyed his computer.
just to clarify, they're walking towards Apophis?
Yes, they are walking towards Apophis, who is screaming.
Can I read a bad situation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll 2d6 plus sharp.
God, I rolled 4! Plus sharp is 4! God!
Well,
Jeez.
Mark experience, the Apophis
Yep.
levels up.
this is what happens. This is what happens when Masha doesn't roll dice. Someone else is cursed. A weight lifted off my shoulders and directly onto Mars's.
The fact that Apophis and Anne's destinies are intertwined also goes for their experience being intertwined, apparently.
It's very good. Yeah, if you kind of... I'm not gonna let you use anything you level up with before.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know what I want
resolved. Okay,
to level
think
up,
about it.
so...
Yeah, I think what happens is this. Sheriff Ocean McPhee, which is, I keep saying his full name because I'm really proud of it, levels his rifle at you, and as you are screaming and jumping around, he jumps, fires a shot off, and it clips you in the shoulder. That is going to do 2 damage. It is not armor defeating because it's
Okay.
just a bullet. And he is going
Just
to...
a bullet.
Well,
At this point,
as opposed to like a magical bullet.
I take
Okay.
offense to that.
And he's going to lock eyes with you, and he's just gonna say, I'm so sorry. I've just been so jumpy. Are you alright? What the
Oh,
fuck are
crap.
you doing out here? Didn't I tell you to not be outside after dark? You are coming with me. You are coming with me back to the sheriff's station, and we are going to wait for the rest of your friends to get back.
I am looking for signs of reptiles breeding. I think breed at night. I need I got a headache, and also it's fine. My shoulder's fine.
Apophis sticks to their script. I gotta tell you, I
Yeah.
respect it so much.
I ain't never heard of looking for reptiles while screaming. Usually most of the people that come out here doing that, they've got night vision goggles on and expensive cameras, and here you are screaming in my woods. You know that someone got murdered a month ago. Well, you know what I mean. That was a Masha mess up, not the sheriff.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You're gonna need to come with me. And maybe if you do, I'll let you work off the damage that you did to my equipment in my office.
I didn't do anything.
Are you sure? No one else had been in there, and my jacket is gonna smell like coffee forever. You know that? Members only jackets, you can't get stains out of those.
That wasn't me. I think that we let a lot of possums in.
It's not making better.
Just a bunch of possums. Not we let a possum in. We just let a bunch of them.
In.
They were all lined up waiting outside. We held the door open for them, let them in, and left.
Oh my good.
Oh,
my
I'm
goodness.
sorry. There was a possum giving birth at the front door. I wasn't gonna let them die. And then we took them with us. In fact, I'm feeding the babies to the
Oh, my
reptiles.
Goodness.
Wow.
We use it as animal control practice, and
Fucked up. Fucked up.
we messed up.
We messed up
But
bad.
it was the possum's fault. We didn't cause any damage,
The
and
possum's fault.
also, then we left, and also I do not think I should go to jail. Also, I can't contact. You can't contact my friends.
Why not?
They don't have phones.
What the fuck? What's wrong with you people? Y'all are weird.
Well,
And
Alex
I'm
has
a
a
small
phone.
town cop. Listen, and he is going to cock his gun again, and he is going to aim it at your belly, and he is once more going to say, I'm not putting you in jail, but I can't have you looking for snake sex in my woods. Not tonight. Not right now.
I need to look for snakes doing it, and Apophis is just going to sprint away.
Oh my goodness. I
Wow.
need to clip that whole interaction.
This is wow.
We let a bunch of possums
The
in.
possums thing is definitely something that needs. I, for some reason, cannot clip that, but someone needs to clip that.
Wow.
Okay, Mars, I am going to need Apophis to roll act under pressure to get away from this cop. That is plus cool.
Cool, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Cool, you say.
Oh, thank God, I have a +1, so I got a 7.
Okay. I am going to give you a worse outcome, hard choice, or price to pay. So, I think I'll give you a couple of options here. And I recognize it's past 9 o'clock. I will try to wrap us up sooner rather than later so that we can continue next week. So, worst outcome, hard choice, or price to pay. If you try this move, you can get away, but the cop is going to get a couple of shots off. And it is probably not going to feel very good. And you have a feeling that if you see him again in the future, you're not going to be friends.
Yeah.
You will go to
2,
jail.
you are going to kick off running, and he is going to follow you. So whatever you come upon, he will be there too, potentially putting him in whatever danger it is that you come across. And I think that those are your two options. Either you're going to take some damage, or you're not going to actually get away. You're going to get away, but he's going to be able to follow you.
Apophis will take the damage. They have two natural armor, so they are still currently at full health. I probably should have said that after you gave me the damage.
Rude. Yeah, I think that this has an interesting unintended effect. As you turn to run away, the cop, I think I said he had a rifle, I don't know if this is how rifles work. He shoots you, and then he shoots you again, and you just continue running. You see him standing there immensely confused, knowing that any other person would have at the very least screamed or been incapacitated. But for some reason, this one weird animal control guy, totally fine.
This weird herpetologist with snake eyes.
Didn't even bleed, actually.
Didn't even bleed. It. You know what? I don't think it even broke the clothing. Because the clothing isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, now he's real fucking suspicious of you. But I don't think it would be fair for me to, like, give you any damage, because it would just be 2 more shots of, like, the same amount. So.
Honestly, this makes even more narrative sense and more narrative drama. Like, Apophis is like Superman. You can't just throw damage at Apophis and expect it to be interesting. You
That's
gotta
true.
throw other things at Apophis and expect it to be interesting. In this case, this guy's gonna be suspicious of Apophis and Apophis' friends. And he's also a police officer in town.
Yeah.
Trevor says, do you think this small town cop now believes there's a link between snake sex and becoming bulletproof?
Maybe.
I hope so.
It's the secrets of the universe, and I hope we discover them. Yeah, so for the sake of ending at a reasonable time, Alex and Teddy, are you okay with me coming back to the conversation that you are going to have with Marie's mother next time?
Yeah.
And it can kind of be like a flashback from kind of what's happening right now. But I don't want to keep anybody too late.
That works for me.
Okay? So, this is how we will end tonight. Cassie, you, alone in the woods in this clearing, have just discovered this note with the names of 5 ladies, one of which you know for absolute certain has died a very gruesome death. You have reason to believe that the other 2, or 2 of the other remaining 4, are probably who you saw on those files in the sheriff's office. You sit down on one of the tree stumps, looking at these names, looking at this note, kind of looking around at your surroundings. When you hear a howl, a long, loud, deep howl. But it's not like what you've heard in movies or in the past when you've been in a rural area, when it kind of echoes in the distance. No. This howl is coming from right behind you. And I think that that is where we will end today's mystery with our one of our chaos bringers in immediate peril. So, let me ask our end of session questions.
Cool.
Question number 1, did we conclude the current mystery?
No.
Negative.
No. Well, Chuck found his car, and that was the big mystery in his life.
Right. Did we save someone from certain death or worse?
No.
Nah.
Okay. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
No.
No.
Did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
No.
No.
I think this is the first one.
Chuck
where
has a
we-
car.
Yeah, Chuck is a car.
has a
Apophis
car.
sucks at lying.
Well, okay, no, we
say,
didn't find that out upon us.
That's fair.
And we
That
don't know
is
about
It's
fair.
Chuck's car.
bulletproof, though.
I
Yeah,
think,
no, you guys don't know.
man,
about
I
Chuck's
I
car.
hesitate to make it 4 no's because that feels, as a keeper, that makes me feel a little bit bad.
I think that's funny. I think it's a fit that we, have, at this point, have a we don't get no XP.
Okay. I mean, you could argue that we learned something new and important about one of the hunters in that, both Apophis and Cassie, I guess it fits the bill for what kind of characters they both are, kind of like running off to do the same task in equally chaotic ways and telling absolutely no one.
But
So I think that we would have, I would say that it would be a yes for that one, because I don't think that we would have really expected Apophis to do that.
right, but are we talking? I thought the end of session questions were like
Is it, like,
specifically about
for
what
everybody?
our characters know in character,
Okay.
because our characters wouldn't know
Alright.
that they split up.
Okay,
Fine.
now hang on. Is it because it says we, not our characters?
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. Is like I feel like this entire time we've been thinking at it as like our characters. You know, so like during the last mystery, we were all like, okay, well we all learned. Well, you know, like a lot of the characters learned all these things about Chuck, so we do technically now know stuff about, you know, one of the other hunters. You know, as opposed to us like maybe.
I agree. We have been treating it as what our characters have learned.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's okay. I think that's fine. We can call it 4 no's this time with the understanding that,
Hopefully
as
next time
you
we
know,
will learn
later
things.
on in the mystery, hopefully there will be some yeses. Yeah. Well, I hope that everybody enjoyed. Thank
I did.
you
Yes.
in our audience for sticking around. I love you all very much. Tune in next week, same time as usual, to see what happens between our hunters, a werewolf, a slighted cop, and a paranoid shop owner.
Oh, so they are important.
I don't know. I was just trying to think of who else I even included in the mystery.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all I've got.
Cool. Thank you, Masha, for doing such a great job.
Yep.
And keeping.
Yeah.
I'm very
Wait.
excited to see where this goes.
I've just
Justin.
realized something new that people learned about somebody today, or at least by
Okay.
his reaction. Apparently, Teddy did not know that Alex could actually talk his way out of a paper bag.
That is factual. So
true.
we get 1 point of XP, guys. We did it.
What do you think, Keeper?
Yeah. I mean, I think that works because I think that Alex hasn't really communicated with anybody in that way this whole time.
We did. Maybe
Now,
we'll
I
give it in the
recognize
finale.
that so far only Teddy knows this, but I think it's okay.
I think that's fine.
If you guys want a point of XP, take it.
No,
Gobble it up.
It's all mine.
Down the gullet.
It's all good.
So Apophis, I know, levels up. Does anybody else?
No, I'm 1 away from
Okay.
leveling up. And that
Same.
means
I leveled
make
up
another
last
crooked
time.
move or die.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Or Masha, you had something else?
Yeah. I was gonna say, I know that Mars mentioned it in chat already, but they will be streaming on their own channel. They will be doing amphibian art at 3 p.m. Central Time.
Yes. And also
Wow.
practicing a thing I have to, like a speech thing I have to give for my college that I'm nervous about because it's like a research presentation. So if you're not doing anything at 3 p.m. Central on Thursday, my brain forgot word dates.
Thursday the 6th.
Yeah.
Cool beans. Thanks
Yeah.
again, everyone.
Yeah,
Again,
thanks, everybody.
if you had friends who are interested in role playing games or want to catch up on this episode but weren't able to watch it tonight, our VOD is going to be out Thursday afternoon for this episode 26. Title still to be determined, will be on the YouTube down below. But thank you all for joining us. Please follow us on social media if you haven't already. We love you very much. We appreciate you. Please drink some water, unclench your jaw, walk around a little bit, do some stretches. That's always good.
Mm-hmm.
Stretching's good.
Your hip flexors are a lot more tense than you think they are. Give them some love.
Definitely. But we appreciate you so much, and we'll catch you next Tuesday. Please take care of yourselves, and good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Good
Bye-bye
luck.
now.